Yes.
Good morning, dear participants at our conference in Sibiu, our international online conference with an interesting topic, traditional natural therapies in ethnomedicine. Our first day was very interesting, was very nice, not only for our speakers, but also for the participants which were present from different parts of the world. I hope very much that our second day of conference will be interesting for all us. Thank you very much. And please to start with the first presentation.
Yes, yes. I just made Ramona Nicolina Jurco as co-host. So Ramona, you can share your screen. You can start your presentation.
Just some minutes, please.
Yes, you can activate also your camera. And Mrs. Papuranu, put a light on front of your face. If you have some light in the room or a lamp, because you are very mysterious. Maybe you have some light, yeah. Okay, so then after Mrs. Jurco, we have as the next one is the second presenter.
Just one moment. I try to put on my on another laptop my presentation. Just some minutes for this.
If it's complicated, Ramona, we can start with the next presentation, and then meanwhile you can.
Yes, it's okay.
Things.
It's a good idea.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes. So, Professor Rosenberg, please introduce Mrs. Sarah Kadi from Algeria.
1 minute, please.
Yes.
Mrs. Sarah Kadi is PhD student, candidate, and researcher at Abu Bakr Belkaid University in Tlemcen, Algeria. Please, dear Sarah, to start your presentation.
Yes. Yes, Sarah, you want to, we put your video and then you go with the comment?
I prefer this, yeah.
Yes, you prefer like this. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Sarah Kadi, PhD candidate at the everyone, I'm
Okay, wait a second. We'll make share screen. Yes. Share, we check the sound stereo, and high floating meeting control. We get this one down. And let's hear Dr. Sarah Kadi.
Hello everyone, I'm Sarah Kadi, PhD candidate at the University of Tlemcen in Algeria. It's an honor for me to be here today to present my research on the traditional uses and scientific validation of Algerian medicinal plants for the management of stress and insomnia. This study aims to bridge the gap between ancestral knowledge and modern science, a field of great relevance today. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share this study. Let's begin by looking at the structure of today's presentation. We will start with the introduction to understand the context of the problem. Then I'll briefly cover the materials and methods used in this systematic review. The core of the presentation will be in the results and discussion, where we'll explore what we found. Finally, we will conclude and look at some exciting future perspectives. So let's dive into the introduction to understand why this research is so important. Stress and insomnia are a growing public health burden worldwide. Recent studies from 2024 show that over 60% of the population suffers from clinical insomnia, and an Ipsos survey reveals that 62% of people experience stress that impacts their daily lives. In Algeria, the context is even more pronounced. A 2024 study by Bouderbala revealed that nearly 69% of Algerians survived suffer from insomnia, a prevalence much higher than in Europe, often linked to stress and lifestyle changes. In light of this, conventional treatments like benzodiazepines have their limits, side effects, tolerance, and dependence. This explains the growing interest in safer alternatives such as phytotherapy. In Algeria, the use of medicinal plants is deeply rooted in tradition. Plants like chamomile, lavender, and mint are commonly used in infusions or decoction. Our work therefore aims to provide scientific validation for this traditional knowledge. Given this context, it became clear that our research needed to pursue a specific objective. The aims of this research were twofold. First, to conduct a systematic review of the peer-reviewed literature of identify and catalog the Algerian medicinal plants traditionally employed for stress and insomnia. Second, to critically evaluate the correlation between this ethnobotanical application and the existing body of pharmacological and phytochemical evidence. To achieve these aims, a robust methodological framework was employed. Let's delve into the details of this. To ensure clarity and precision, we followed the International PRISMA 2020 standard. Our research covered a 15-year period from 2010 to 2025. A key part of our strategy was to go beyond international databases such as PubMed and ScienceDirect. We also carefully reviewed Algerian databases, including ASGP, as well as the Archive of National Universities. This broad approach helped us include valuable local research that is rarely found in international databases. Finally, we select our keywords to cover a wide range of topics, from ethnobotany to stress and sedative effects, to ensure the most complete data collection possible. This prisma diagram perfectly illustrates the selectivity of our process. We start with a broad pool of 100 publications. After removing duplicates, we applied our selection criteria to titles and abstracts, reducing the number to 65. The full text analysis of these 65 articles was the most critical step, leading us to exclude 39 studies that did not precisely match our research question. In the end, we consolidated a solid and highly relevant body of 26 studies that formed the basis of our analysis. We now turn to the core findings derived from this systematic analysis. The first part of our analysis found the plants people used most often. Mint was the most common, mentioned 11 times. Then come lemon balm, mentioned 8 times, followed by chamomile at 7 mentions and lavender at 6 mentions. Other plants like vervain, lemon verbena, and jujube were also more important. Finally, poppy, laurel, and olive were mentioned a few times. It's also important to notice that two plant families, Limiaceae and Astraceae, were very common in these sedative remedies in Algeria. Now we will look at the frequency of plant parts and preparation methods used in traditional medicine. The first chart shows the plant part most often used. Leaves clearly dominate, making up almost half of the total. Flowers come second, while aerial parts, fruits, and roots are used in smaller population. The second chart illustrates the preparation methods. Infusion is by far the most common. Flour by decoction, powder also appear as notable methods, although much less frequent. As the other techniques such as essential oil, poultices, or maceration are used only occasionally. In short, traditional medicine shows a strong preference for leaves prepared mainly with simple water-based methods such as infusion and decoction. We've already seen the general trends. The most used parts are leaves and flowers, and the main preparations are infusion, decoction, powder, and essential oils. Now let's see how this applies to our top 4 plants and how modern science supports these practices. First, Mentha spicata. Traditionally, the leaves are used in infusion. This is confirmed by Caro and al. In 2018, who showed calming and sedative effects in animal models. Second, Melissa officinalis. Hair-dried leaves are often used in powder form. Sultanpur and al. In 2019 reported that it reduces anxiety and improves sleep quality. Third, Matricaria chamomilla. The infusion of flower heads is a well-known practice. Kazemi and al. In 2024 validate this with clinical studies showing shorter sleep latency and better sleep quality. And finally, Lavandula spp, an aqueous extract, in other words, an infusion of flowers and stems, has been proven to produce sedative and hypnotic effects, as reported by Elnamer and al. In 2011. So what we see is very clear. Traditional knowledge selects the right parts and the right preparation, and modern science confirms their therapeutic effects. These results reflect the region where the ethnobotanical surveys were conducted. The answers show a clear distribution: spearmint, lemon balm, lavender, and verbena in the north, hawthorn and oregano in the mountains, rosemary and chamomile and poppy in the high plateaus, and finally Hermel and jujube in the Sahara. This illustrates how traditional practices vary according to local biodiversity and cultural context. Geographically, the use of sedative plants in Algeria reflects ecological availability rather than random choice. In the Mediterranean north, Limiaceae such as Manta aspipi, Melissa officinalis, and Lavandula dominate, consistent with their abundance in humid and subhumid bioclimates. On the high plateau, steppe-adapted species such as Maastrichtia camomilla, Papaver roeys, and Rosmarinus officinalis illustrate the coherence between local vegetation and therapeutic practices. In the Sahara, limited floristic diversity has led to reliance on few resistant species, notably Ziziphus laurus and Apiganum harmala. By contrast, non-native plants such as cinnamon, ginger, and tea reflect the influence of trade and cultural exchanges. The regional distribution complements our previous findings, showing that the most frequently cited plants are not only valued for their perceived efficacy but are also closely linked to ecological accessibility and simple preparation methods such as infusion. In conclusion, this systematic review proves that Algerian traditional knowledge on sedative plants is scientifically sound. It is based on clear ecological logic and is supported by a significant body of published scientific evidence confirming the phytochemical and pharmacological properties of these plants. This work establishes a validated foundation for future research aimed at developing new medicines. But this work does not mark any end. On the contrary, it is important to look at future perspectives. Our roadmap is simple: standardize active compounds, validate them through clinical trials, develop and industrialize, and finally protect and deploy. In this way, traditional knowledge can truly contribute to modern medicine. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I would be pleased to address any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sara Kadi. If there are any questions, she's present here, she can answer.
Dear Sara Kadi, I want to thank you for your very interesting presentation. And I like this screening about the utilization of different medicinal and aromatic plants in function, in correlation with the ecopedological differences which exist in your country, in Algeria. It's very interesting that you created the fundament, the foundation for your PhD thesis. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, very, very good indeed. And maybe, Sarah, it's one idea to combine with apitherapy there are also some honeybee products useful for insomnia. So maybe you'll consider like using before sleep and so on, and also for essential oils. Very good indeed. Now, Ramona, are you ready? Ramona, you can open your camera if you are ready with your presentation. Yes. Open also your microphone. Yes, very good.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see
Hear
you.
me?
You are like in heaven. You have the light behind you.
Always in heaven. Just one moment. I hope it will work this time. I have a very new computer, so new that doesn't like any stick. Okay.
So, first you open the PowerPoint or PDF on the screen, yeah? And then you share.
First of all, I want to say hello, everyone. And I want to address all my admiration and congratulations for this wonderful conference. One of a series of conferences, very beautiful, very useful, that give us the opportunity to be together again. So thank you so much, Professor Rosenberg and the team in Sibiu. Thank you very much to our dear President Stefan, because he's always in the technical helping and also supporting with our platform all these conferences. My name is Ramona Niculina Jurcău. I am a medical doctor. I'm working in the University of Medicine and Pharmacy in Cluj-Napoca, which is a town in Romania. So I'm very honored to be here today with you together. Thank you one more time, Professor Rosenberg team and all the colleagues. I will like to share the screen now for my presentation. Just one moment, please. Yes. Please tell me if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. So our subject it's related.
Make it large, Ramona, if you can. Make it large.
Oh, I will try.
Yes.
Is it possible to see the large screen now?
Not yet. Click again stronger on that button right in the on the down and right. Click stronger. Sometimes it doesn't take.
I see it larger, but I think that you don't see it larger. Now you can see.
Okay. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Ramona. Okay.
I will try one more time for being sure. For me, it's okay because I can see the screen large.
Okay. It doesn't come here. Maybe it's a connection issue. But anyway, we can see. We can see. Okay. Go on.
It's okay. You can see now.
Yes, you can start your presentation.
The large screen, isn't it? Okay. Well, we choose a subject that we like a lot because it's related to our daily life in a way for many people in the world, I think. And here it's the team that we work on this subject. All of us, we are from the same town. I think that it's a little bit strange how it's working. Oh, just one moment, please. Okay, I will try again. So we are from Cluj-Napoca, Romania, all of us. And this subject is, of course, for this conference we have now. Here is the content. We will have a small introduction. After that, some information related to composition and actions of citrus fruits. Then the main idea related to psychological stress and, of course, citrus fruits. So a short research, conclusions, and invitation. As an introduction, as you maybe know, citrus fruits are very well known on the world. Maybe it's less known the fact that they are originally from Asia, more precisely from Southeast Asia.
Okay.
And they
Sorry, Ramona. Can you change the slides? You go
okay.
on that.
I will stay here. I don't know why it's not working. Now you can see the blue
Yes.
one. Okay.
We see now slide number 2. So, okay. Now number
This is the
3.
content. Okay, the introduction. And I'm here. I will enlarge a little bit here, maybe like this. So, as I said, citrus fruits are very well known in the history. As you can see, 1,500 years before Jesus, and then they were they arrived in Mediterranean area, where they are very well known in Mediterranean countries as Italy, Spain, Turkey, Morocco. And here in this beautiful map, you can see the ways that these fruits took on the history to arrive in different corners of the world. There is a very interesting genealogy of these fruits. The principals are citron, pomelo, and mandarin. From these three results the others. Even we are very accustomed, for instance, with oranges, they are not originally on the genealogy. I mean, there are some we can compare with sons or grandsons of the first. The very well-known and used daily maybe are lemon, orange, and grapefruits that you, of course, know as taste and daily used maybe. In bioagriculture nowadays, researcher made some hybrid products that are classified in several categories. Citrus fruits have different parts that are very used in different conditions, as the fruit itself, the juice, the pulp of the fruits, and also the peel. From these products, we can obtain, especially from peel, different extracts that can be used in different forms of therapeutic products. As a composition and actions, citrus fruits are extremely diverse as a composition. As you can see, the composition it's different regarding the place of the fruits. The interior, you can see lipids, essential oils that are very useful in healing wounds, antibacterial activity, and anti-diabetic. So the membranes are very useful also for the reason of the carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals, carotenoids. They are very useful in nutrition, also in cardiovascular protection. Use as normal eating, juices or other products. And the peel, the exterior, it's very, very rich in different compounds, as pectins, flavonoids, essential oils, useful very well in digestion, respiratory disease, anti-inflammatory, as normal eating or in different extracts, and especially in essential oils. We can see here another image showing the content, the very rich content, as volatile oils, polyphenols with a large variety, vitamins, carotenoids. Very interest in research all these parts. You can see there are researches regarding all these compounds, and it's increasing the interest in time. For instance, we can found two very important compounds like naringin and hesperidin. Maybe you heard about them. Very rich in vitamin C, with a very important antioxidant, anti-inflammatory activity, and supporting different helpful processes in the body. So citrus are very useful for health because of the health benefits they have, and so they are a very good source of bioactive compounds, extracts for essential oils, products for food industry, also food additives, pharmaceutical and cosmetics industry, and other interests. Here you can see a synthesis regarding different kind of citrus in their name, as we know usually, also the scientific one, with the bioactive functional compounds, and with the activities they have very, very rich. For instance, for lemon, hesperidin, it's present, quercetin also, erythrocin, and they have antioxidant activity, protection in cardiovascular system, and also antimicrobial effects. The idea of this presentation is not now related to this rich and complex effects like antioxidant and anti-inflammatory, but to see if we can use this very rich natural compounds in psychological stress. Everyone knows that psychological stress is related to a lot of life conditions, social, professional, family context, etc. Of course, diseases that can increase the psychological stress, different interventions like surgery, different kind of surgery procedures. And we know that from the biological point of view, we have some markers like cortisol or salivary cortisol or alpha amylase, and also some functional evaluations like sympathetic system, which modifies the cardiac and respiratory frequency. So, and and other parameters from this point of view, functional, and also we can evaluate the psychological manifestation, for instance, by evaluating the anxiety. For this, we can use different scales, psychological scales, and we can also compare the results with the biological and the functional ones. Here, we have the exemplification of some citrus with researches related to this aspect of the psychological stress. For instance, citrus aurantium, which is known normally as a bitter orange, with these beautiful oranges that we know from our normal life. It's one research that show that after using in an interventional group these oranges, that the anxiety was diminished, that it was no anxiety after the surgery that all these subjects suffered, and they use the aromatherapy. Another research related to the same citrus showed that this bitter orange can reduce mean trait anxiety scores in postmenopausal women compared to the control group. Another one showed that patients in intensive care units that received this citrus as an inhalatory aromatherapy for 30 minutes significantly had lower anxiety levels within 3 hours after. Another research related to the same citrus with patients before coronary angiography that receive essential oil significantly decrease their anxiety and stress levels after this evaluation. And you can see here the evaluation was done with a very famous, with a very famous evaluation scale that it's this Spielberger. Another research sorry, just a moment. Just a moment, please. I apologize. Another research involving 140 acute coronary syndrome patients that receive inhalatory aromatherapy with the same citrus show significantly reduces in anxiety levels after 2 hours after 2 hours of hospitalization after the admission. Another research related to the same bitter orange showed that anxiety and fatigue scores in patients with acute myocardial infarction, that it's a very serious situation from medical point of view, that show after using essential oil a decrease in these parameters, and also compare with the control. This is a very important result. Another citrus bergamia, known normally as bergamot orange, in a trial with 60 cholecystectomy patients, these essential oils diminish significantly anxiety, and you can see here another very important parameter, that is salivary alpha amylase, that together with salivary cortisol is a very important biological biomarker for the stress. Citrus hystrix or lime, very well known because of the taste of the beautiful color, can reduce depression and stress in humans more alert than in other conditions. Citrus lemon or the normal lemon, as you know, in daily life, can diminish the anxiety and have positive effect on cognitive parameters. In a research using students in nursing. And another research, this time related to animals with mice, that show the same effect of reducing the anxiety in terms of behavior. Another research showing a trial involving 100 patients with acute myocardial infarction that reduce anxiety, systolic blood pressure, and these parameters very well known on the electrocardiogram, ST segment, and the T waves alterations, and also with melioration of the heart rate parameter. Citrus sinensis or sweet or navel orange, that are red oranges. This one very tasteful. Decrease the symptoms of anxiety and improves mood. That is very important aspect in situations of stress, because not only anxiety it's important to be diminished, but also the mood, it's important to be regained. Another research showed that this citrus sinensis can diminish anxiety and reduce salivary cortisol, and also pulse rate in patients in dental treatment after aromatherapy as an administration. Here we can see direction for evaluating distress, the psychological evaluation using anxiety evaluation, the biological one using salivary cortisol, and the functional one using pulse rate. I will share just a small part of a research that was done before the pandemic period. We had an interest to see which is the preoccupation of researcher regarding this subject of citrus fruits to stress. The research is larger, but here I will present only some aspects regarding citrus, three types of citrus, and anxiety. We use as a source the PubMed platform, and the period was still 2019, ended in 18. We use as keywords lemon, orange, grapefruit, and all of them with anxiety. Here we can see that till this day, till that year, researches related to the three different citrus, different related to the period that the research started. For instance, for lemon was the most earlier period because the research started in 59. In 66 started with orange, and more and later with grapefruit. So only from this information we can understand that the interest was related to lemon because it may be the most used in normal life. But totally, the number of publication, it's the most significantly higher for orange. Even the period is shorter compared to lemon. So here we have the number of publications related to anxiety for each one. You can see that for anxiety are quite reduced. This publication in numbers, it's normal because anxiety is not so present as an interest in evaluation related to citrus, but as we can find out, it deserves this attention. So the most the higher number of publication it's related to orange and anxiety, after that to grapefruit and anxiety, and the last one, the lemon and anxiety. Here we can see the differences between these three, citrus and anxiety, related to researches animals and human compared, also for different genders and also for different article types. As you can see, research in humans is higher. We can understand this because anxiety is better evaluating in humans with different questionnaires, also in animals, but there we can't talk exactly about an anxiety, more about a behavior of the animal. For the genders, it was quite similar. For men, it was more present, this kind of research, but totally for both genders. Generally, the control researches were the more used. Here we have the periods for ages. We can observe that the most used in researches is this period of adult period, maybe the most which offer the most possibilities, more possibilities for social point of view, professional, family, etc. So this interval, and after that, the next one till 64 are the more used in practical research. As a conclusion, we can say that citrus fruits are a valuable natural resource for health. Their composition, rich in many active principles, give them special benefits in their actions. Psychological stress is a frequent present condition, also manifested by anxiety, and totally citrus fruits can represent a valuable source of modulating anxiety and supporting this by scientific study is a great relief for us. In the end, I want to address you a very warm invitation because my position as a vice president in the Romanian Society of Apitherapy, Phytotherapy, and Aromatherapy, on the position of education and research, give me the duty, I can say, to tell you that starting this year, all our congresses will be accompanied by book of abstracts that it's published in a publishing house very important in Romania. We are very pleased to have for the Congress of this year, the third one, the first number of this series. Maybe some of the persons here that participated in this Congress already received this book of abstracts. We will do everything we can to have before the next Congress this book of abstracts, and also for the period before. And to realize this objective, it's important to work all together to have in time all the abstracts in the good condition. You will receive the information in short time about all these details. Also, because I saw that there are a lot of beautiful researches in this conference, I warmly invite you to prepare a full paper that will be a chapter in a book that we already have as a promise that will be published this year till the end of the year. You can send in English. I will offer you all details regarding the template. And it's not necessary to be exactly one of presentation in this conference, but can be on a subject related to to the principal subjects of the conference. It's the same regarding the Congress that we had this year. And in the end, I address you the invitation to be together with us next year in 2026 to a very beautiful place in Romania, a town, the center of our country, Sibiu. We have a very good team that will prepare everything necessary, and I hope we can meet all together. Why not all physically here in Romania? Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Ramona, for your very good presentation. Professor Rosenberg, what do you think about Ramona's presentation?
Yes, thank you very much, dear Dr. Ramona Julcă. Dear Ramona, thank you very much for your excellent presentation about the utilization of citrus family, of citrus fruits extract in the treatment of a very modern health problem, very actual health problem, the treatment of stress. And I appreciate very much because many years, many 100 years, were utilized the essential oils from citrus. And we know the excellent properties of these essential oils. But you utilize in this research an extract which is more complex, not only as essential oils, but also a complex of flavonoids, a lot of vitamin, especially vitamin C. This is really a fantastic complex for the treatment of oxidative stress, for the treatment, for the regulation of cortisol, and not only with the application, the therapeutic application of these extracts, citrus extracts, in prevention and treatment of different health problems is very actual and very important. Thank you very much for your collaboration. And please, in the future, you say before that every time you have the same team, excellent team from Cluj. Yes, but please to include me also in your team. I will be happy to participate, to collaborate with you and your team. Thank you.
You are already there.
Okay, thank you very much.
I thank you so much for this idea of having this conference. It's wonderful, and I hope it will be a long tradition from now on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I think Professor Rosenberg, we can go to the next speaker from Constanza. I know Dana very well for a long time. So she's an excellent acupuncturist, homeopath, phytoaromatherapist with a very large experience in traditional medicine and this complementary medicine. So with your approval, Professor Rosenberg, I think we can present her video. Dana?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And thank you very much for the invitation to the Professor Rosenberg. I am honored by this invitation. Thank you very much.
The honor is from our part, and thank you very much for your participation. I know that you are in another conference. Yes, but you will be present now also in our scientific event. Thank you very much, dear Dr. Dana Celaro.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll present the video of Dr. Dana Celaro, and then she'll be here for comments, for questions from all of you. Okay.
Salt is an ancient remedy of essential importance for the development of human civilization. The first use of salt was related to food preservation. The capacity of salt to preserve food by extracting water from it and inhibiting bacterial development was discovered early on. Evidence of this dates back to 6050 BC. This method allowed people to preserve food.
Sorry, nu se vede prezentarea, nu se vede. Cum?
Image, yes.
You cannot see the image. Okay, let's start.
Presentation.
Okay, let's start again. Now, can you see the image?
Yes.
For the long term, use it during times of the year when it was not accessible, and safely transport it over long distances. This, in turn, allowed the human body to develop better health. Because it was a product difficult to obtain, extracted from mountains or seawater as oceans, it was extremely valuable, at one point even serving as a medium of exchange, earning it the name white gold. In ancient Rome, soldiers were remunerated with money to buy salt, the salarium, which is where the word salary comes from. People quickly realized that those who controlled salt production and trade could become significantly wealthy. Salt taxes were introduced, for example, the gabelle in France, which sparked revolts and conflicts. In this context, we recall the famous Salt March of 1930 against the British salt monopoly in India, led by Mahatma Gandhi. Salt has also been used in many cultures in religious offerings, ancient Egypt, and purification ceremonies, Japanese sumo wrestlers. Beyond its use in food, salt has been and remains essential for human survival and the development of societies, earning it the nickname white gold. Salt has been used in many cultures all over the world. The Egyptians used it in the mummification process, and the Mayans used it for therapeutic purposes, mixed with oils or honey. The ancient Greeks used it in rituals, and the Vestal virgins in Roman temples used it as a symbol of purification. Even today, we use salt in household cleaning, gardening, de-icing roads in winter, etc. Unrefined salt naturally contains 96 minerals in different percentages, depending on the extraction site. It's best for everyone to consume salt from the area where they live. If it is refined and recrystallized, only 6 to 9 minerals remain. Recrystallized salt acts more as a mineral vacuum in the body. In medicine, most intravenous infusions are done using physiological saline solution, which is an aqueous solution of NaCl salt at a 0.9% concentration. From this, we can deduce how important salt is in the body. In Romanian folklore, there is a fairy tale called The Salt in Your Food, Sarea in Bucate. The story tells of a widower emperor with 3 daughters who asks them how much they love him. The eldest daughter replies, "Like honey," the middle one, "like sugar," and the youngest, "like the salt in your food." The emperor considered his youngest daughter's answer a sign of disrespect and banished her from the palace. The ingenious and wise daughter, through a series of events, manages to demonstrate to her father the importance of salt in food. Only then did the emperor understand what his daughter meant. He realized that although it doesn't seem precious due to its taste, it is essential for life. All fluids in the human body contain salt. In the traditions of all peoples, it is used as a very good therapeutic agent. For sore throats, pharyngitis, laryngitis, and tracheitis, we can gargle with a saline solution, about 2 tablespoons of salt in a cup of water. It has a calming effect on irritation, reduces edema, and has an antibacterial effect. Furthermore, nasal washes can be performed with this solution, which alleviates colds and allergies. We can also use this saline solution for inhalations, either with a specialized device or simply by boiling the solution, leaning our faces over the steam, and covering our heads with a towel. This therapy is very beneficial for flu infections and sinusitis with headaches and nasal obstruction due to edema. Another widely used therapy by all peoples is the salt bath, which calms irritated skin, helps reduce inflammation, and exfoliates the skin, removing dead cells. Even in antiquity, salt was considered an antiseptic and was applied to wounds. I do not recommend. In this case, it extracts moisture, dries the wound, and prevents infection. In traditional Chinese medicine, salt is linked to the water element and is very important for balancing renal function and reducing inflammation. In Ayurveda, saline solutions are used to balance and aid digestion, often through their purgative effect. A popular remedy for cystitis is a 20-minute sitz bath with a saline solution, or soaking the feet in a basin of warm salt water. Salt baths are also beneficial in rheumatic treatments. As we know, most sapropylic muds contain salt. Dr. Schossler, a German internist and homeopath, described 12 salts absolutely essential for life. One of them is sodium chloride, which, administered in homeopathic dilutions, balances the body. Sodium chloride is found in extracellular fluids, bones, cartilage, the stomach, and kidneys. Schossler observed that a sodium chloride imbalance in the body causes thirst, anemia, stomach acidity, chronic constipation, and acidic secretions, disrupting body fluids. Sodium chloride plays an important role in the detoxification of heavy metals, mercury, lead, etc. We can recognize people with salt-related issues by analyzing their face, facial edema, enlarged pores, gelatinous appearance around the eyes, cold nose tip. They may also present with dry skin, dryness at all levels, lack of concentration, and pessimism. Salt regulates cellular function, stimulates erythropoiesis, and detoxifies the body. Scientifically proven benefits of rational salt consumption. Salt helps control blood sugar by improving insulin sensitivity. A low-salt diet increases insulin resistance, and moderate salt restriction through diet appears to cause systemic insulin resistance. Salt is a natural antihistamine. A pinch of salt sprinkled on the tongue can help relieve an allergic reaction or an asthma attack. Salt maintains the correct pH of the stomach. Salt improves sleep quality by suppressing stress hormones and increasing the metabolic rate. Studies have shown that an increase in salt intake leads to an increase in cortisol elimination and a decrease in blood cortisol levels. Excess cortisol means weight gain and a stagnant metabolism. Salt helps the proper functioning of the thyroid by reducing circulating stress hormones. Cortisol is anti-thyroid, and salt combats excess cortisol. Salt helps maintain the hyperosmolarity of extracellular fluid. Slight hyperosmolarity, more dissolved substances in the extracellular fluid than in the cell, actually increases the cell's metabolic rate. This means salt can accelerate metabolism. On the other hand, when the extracellular fluid is hypoosmotic relative to the cell, it affects protein and glucose metabolism and, therefore, decreases the cell's metabolism. Salt maintains hormonal balance. Nutritional researcher Raz Peat explains the correlation between salt-regulating aldosterone and mineral loss. Aldosterone causes sodium loss through urine and sweat, but it does so at the expense of increased losses of potassium, magnesium, and probably calcium. Magnesium deficiency is extremely common, but a small amount of salt in the diet makes it easier to retain magnesium from our foods. A salt-rich diet correlates with increased thermogenesis. Salt makes food taste good and is a satiety factor. Proteins in saliva might explain differences in salt perception among people. In a small study, Thomas Hoffman and his colleagues sought to clarify this dilemma. The researchers suggest that enzymes might modify sodium channels, leading to an increased amount of sodium entering the cells. As we have seen, salt is an ancient remedy that has received scientific validation but is increasingly less used in therapies. It would be good not to forget it. Contraindications and precautions. Excessive salt consumption increases the risk of heart disease and stroke, two of the main causes of death. The doctor cares, nature heals. Hippocrates. Thank you for attention.
Yes, yes, excellent presentation, Dr. Shalaru. I learned many things. For me, one very interesting part was that salt can work as antihistaminic because you have in apitherapy the problem with bee venom allergies, sometimes allergic reactions, severe ones, and we have a long list of remedies against allergic reactions, but I never thought about salt. So
it's good to the edema to be injury. With salt in the injury, it's okay.
yeah, because salt attracts the water. Also,
Yes.
when salt is
It's a palliative remedy. It's now
yeah,
absolutely.
okay.
But the first time, because it's la îndemâna oricui.
Yes, yes, it's for everybody. Yes, yes,
it's okay.
yes. And also, I saw that you mentioned that salt can be used also, as you said before, on the wounds. And I know from Iran, I was there a few times, and they used for a long time in Unani medicine. They make a combination of honey and salt against the wounds. So it's like, I believe it's 3 parts honey and 2 parts salt. And they say that it works very well. But salt on the wound, it makes a lot of pain, isn't it?
Yes, it's okay to the pain, but I no recommend it.
Okay. Very good, very good. Any questions for Dr. Shalaru or comments? Okay. Yes. Yes. You see, congratulations from our colleagues here. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Professor Rosenberg, we can go to the next presentation.
Yes.
Okay, so we have in the program, I believe it's Mr. Antin. Oh, you'll present his paper, yes?
But I will present this.
Yes. The evolution of aromatherapy from traditional use to science-based integrative medicine. Okay, so Professor Rosenberg, you can share the screen.
I am on the way.
Yes.
It's okay?
Yes, it's very good, very good. We can see. Please start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will present you the evolution of aromatherapy from traditional use to science-based integrative medicine. This is a collaboration of mine with Antin Petru Bârțan and David Comăniciu from Natural Ingredients Research and Development Company, based on the utilization of essential oils. It will be a collaboration between theory and practice in this important field of the utilization of essential oils in the treatment and of different diseases. We know some words about the way of aromatherapy during the history. Aromatherapy, we know, is a natural therapy with deep roots in the ethnomedicine, which has undergone a significant transformation. From its traditional empirical use, today we are going to the direction of scientific studies and research in this field, because we know today very well, based on the modern analytical methods, we know very well the exact composition of different essential oils, which are utilized worldwide with great success, not only in the therapy based on aromatherapy, but also, first of all, in cosmetic industry, and also in food industry. This presentation analyzes the transition from folk knowledge to a science-based approach, illustrated by the development of a new brand, which we developed together with this company, this brand combines the synergy of natural ingredients with advanced research. People and cultures from different parts of the world utilized during the history aromatic plants and essential oils and religious rituals, in hygiene, in different therapeutic purposes. Ethnomedicine, through knowledge passed down generation to generation, recognized the healing property of these valuable essential volatile substances, which are the basic compounds of essential oils. We know very well from the use of frankincense in religious ceremonies, to Egyptian balms, to the aromatic plant remedies. Yes, is the way of an important basic essential oil utilized during the history, with great success also in our days in aromatherapy. But today, in our time, we are in the period of transition to science-based approach in this field of aromatherapy. Yes, we know very well aromatherapy was founded by the French chemist René Maurice Gattefossé in 1920. Gattefossé was the father of aromatherapy. Before Gattefossé, essential oils were part of phytotherapy. But after he inventing the term aromatherapy and discovering the healing properties of lavender oil, after aromatherapy is really an important part of natural therapies. In the last only 100 years, aromatherapy has moved from folk remedy to an important branch of complementary and integrative medicine. And this evolution is marked by the analyzing capability which exists, and the production capabilities which exist in this field. An eloquent example for this transformation is our brand, which was developed, which I mentioned before, in collaboration with the company Natural Ingredients, Research and Development. The brand's philosophy is to redefine the standards in aromatherapy by creating advanced different formulas, based on scientific principles, and especially based on the synergistic effect which exists in the combination of different essential oils. This approach moves away from the singular use of an essential oil and focuses on careful formulated, scientifically formulated, synergic combination to obtain a better therapeutic effect. The modern approach to aromatherapy is not only based on to utilize an essential oil, it is based on to utilize this combination of essential oils, ensure to obtain better therapeutic effect in physical and for physical and emotional well-being, promoting health. The product range is designed to meet the diverse users with synergistic blends that target, for example, improved sleep, energy stimulation, immune support, elevation of digestive discomfort, etc. An innovative direction that highlights the close direction, the close connection between modern aromatherapy and science is the utilization of aromagenetics, which is part of genomic natural therapies. We use genetic testing to personalize treatments with volatile oils, essential oils, ensuring an optimal match with which users for individual for personalization is really very important. I launched this idea of genomic natural therapies during the important congress of the Romanian Society for Epitherapy, Phytotherapy, and Aromatherapy in collaboration with International Federation of Epitherapy, May, in Bucharest. And aromagenetics is part of this genomic natural therapy. Aromagenetics represents tailoring essential oils therapies to individual genetic sensitivities or receptor pattern. Is the way for the personalization of aromatherapy. Another way in our collaboration was the Baron's Essences project, which represent an interesting way because was dedicated to historic personality, to the governor of Grand Principality of Transylvania, the Baron Samuel from Bruckenthal. We rediscovered, it was very interesting project for us. We rediscovered, in this case, the essential oils which were utilized during the history, in the Museum of Pharmacy of Sibiu. And these essential oils were utilized not only in perfumery, were really medicine in 18th, 19th century. In conclusion, we demonstrate how scientific principles and the personalization of treatment through innovative ways like aromagenetics can redefine the field's standards in this field. And we are going not only in the present or in the future with genetics, but also in the past with this project, Baron's Essences project based on the history and tradition of utilization of essential oils in therapy. This process of integration of traditions in the field of natural therapies, in the field of aromatherapies, confirming with the combination of modern methods, research and analytical methods, confirm the possibility to use this essential oils for the treatment of and prevention of different diseases. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And if you have questions, I am open.
Yes. So until the colleagues are thinking to some questions, I will have a question for you, Professor Rosenberg. Can you give us a bit more details about this idea of the genetics, this from the practical point of view? So how do you do it to have this individualization?
Yes, this is a possible way because we know very much genetic testing now is utilized worldwide. Also in our countries exist companies, medical companies, which provide this genetic testing. And based on this evaluation, specific for every person, it is possible to decide what essential oil, what compounds of these essential oils, which we know very well from the part of chemical, because the chemical analysis in this field are very, very clear. We know exactly what are the essential oils which we combine for the person based on this genetic test, and especially to realize synergistic effects between different essential oils to treat some health problem. I think this is one of the ways, not only in aromatherapy, also in phytotherapy, also in apitherapy. Personalization is the future, and personalization is possible by genetic evaluation of some person which utilize natural therapies. We know very well in allopathy is utilized this model, especially in oncology with good results, and not only. But I think this will be a possible way also for us in natural therapies.
Okay. So basically, the patient is doing the genetic testing, and then the results shows, for example, his liver is not so good, or the kidneys are not so good, is sufficient, and then we decide what remedies to use, like this?
No, exists today not only medical genetic tests, but also genetic tests in the field of wellness, which give us the image that the person is allergic, for example, to gluten or
Foods, yes.
etc., or give us a lot of information, a complex information about our predispositions. Yes, and it's possible this test are now it's possible to realize this test in every part of the world, and I think the possibilities of our possibilities in natural therapies to combine with this modern test.
Okay. Any other questions for Professor Rosenberg or comments? Okay. If not, we can, Professor Rosenberg, you can introduce Mrs. Monica Maria de Geu, which
yes,
is
with
the next
great pleasure. Mrs. Monica Maria de Geu is a specialist in Bach flower therapy, also an important writer. She presented her book about Bach flowers remedies in September, only 1 month ago, and I had the pleasure to be to refer to her book, and I appreciate very much her activity. She will have a nice presentation about the Bach flower remedies from historical to modern natural medicine.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Maria de Geu, and I graduated in 1996 with a bachelor's degree in industrial chemistry from Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca. I pursued afterwards postgraduate studies in environmental management at the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, as well as specializations in environmental auditing. I worked for 2 decades as a research assistant, chemical engineer, and auditor in the field of technology analysis and industrial environmental quality. Throughout this time, I have become aware, though, both intuitively and physically, of the importance and weight of emotions in my professional and private life as a parent. I felt another kind of chemistry, if you will, a chemistry of emotions, of the heart, of the soul. I made a decision to start and complete courses in complementary and alternative therapy. And I started going through my own process of self-discovery. And I was introduced to Bach remedies by a friend, which these remedies have been by me ever since. In 2019, I became a Bach Center UK accredited therapist of Bach flower therapy, and it is in this capacity that I present this article to you today. The 38 Bach flower remedies from historical roots to modern natural medicine. There are 38 total Bach flower remedies, and they each find their place in preventive medicine through the way they combine botanical aspects by observing the particularities of the plants used by the physician Eduard Bach, who first prepared them in the 1930s. Ethnobotanical history and tradition through the empirical use of these plants throughout the centuries. Mythological symbolism, the meanings and beliefs attached to each flower. And chemical composition, the active principles of plants. All these lead not only to the improvement and treatment of emotional imbalances, but especially to the prevention of diseases through inner balance and harmony. As a brief introduction to the Bach flower remedies, this article aims to present 7 of the 38 remedies, selected representatively from each of the 7 groups into which Dr. Edward Bach divided the remedies that he developed between 1928 and 1936, based on clinical observation and careful study of the flower he used. They reflect both the diversity of the floral system and, above all, their relevance to preventive medicine and the emotional balance of modern man. The World Health Organization recognized complementary and alternative therapies in 1983, including Bach flower remedies. The 7 groups into which the 38 remedies are divided are also described in the book The Story of Emotions and Bach Flower Remedies, which I authored and which was published during this year. The first remedy is wild apple blossom, prepared as a Bach flower remedy which dissolves inner balances related to purity and cleanliness. Let's talk about traditional use and legends. These say that the wild apple has always been a symbol of purity. In folk tradition, cider made from wild apples was used to reduce rheumatic pain, and fresh fruit was valued for its detoxifying effects on the liver due to its organic acid content. The second flower that I would like to talk about belongs to a group of remedies that acts on emotions of fear, alleviating its effects. As a Bach flower remedy, Mimulus is the first flower remedy that Dr. Edward Bach prepared and studied. It is intended for people who can name their fears but hide or repress them, which could lead to anxiety. Mimulus guttatus was used in steam baths for chest and back pain, but also in astringent treatments to stop bleeding and heal wounds. An interesting feature is the high concentration of sodium chloride in the plant, a quality exploited by indigenous people and colonists for preserving and flavoring game meat. Thus, Mimulus has strong roots in both traditional healing and practical use in food. The next flower is Gentianella amarella, which, prepared as a flower remedy, develops perseverance and belongs to the group of remedies that balance indecision. It is a medicinal plant that has been used in traditional European medicine for over 3,000 years, especially for treating digestive problems and stimulating appetite. In folk traditions, gentian was associated with vitality and the ability to withstand hardship, being a tonic for the body and spirit. Gentian root was also used as an antidote against poisons and animal bites, being considered a protective plant. The active components and main medicinal properties are found in the root of Gentiana amarella, as well as in other species of gentian. It contains amarogentin, gentioprictin, vetaiamarin, also present in other gentians with tonic and anti-inflammatory role, xanthotes, phenolic compounds with antioxidant activity and protective effects on the eyes, useful in preventing cataracts, and alkaloids and volatile oils with a secondary role in pharmacological properties. The next plant is Agrimonia eupatoria. In the Bach system, this flower synthesizes the contrast between the jovial social mask and hidden emotional suffering, providing support for inner balance. In folk traditions, the plant is known as church steeple or feverweed. It has been used since ancient times to treat eye conditions, digestive and biliary disorders. The Greeks even added it to beer to combat diarrhea, liver and kidney imbalances. In the Middle Ages and later, Agrimonia was used and considered as a purifying plant, being used as a remedy for the liver and blood. Agrimonia eupatoria contains a number of bioactive principles that give it important therapeutic properties, including agrimofol, a compound with vermifuge action used to combat intestinal parasites, tannis, with astringent, homeostatic and antidiarrheal action, flavonoids, with antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects, phenolic acids, with hepatoprotective and choleretic effects, and vitamin K contributes to blood clotting and wound healing. Rosa canina or rosehip, the fifth plant we're going to talk about today. As a Bach remedy, it transforms resignation into a desire to actively participate in life, giving the body an energy boost in cases of chronic fatigue, mild depression, or general weakness. Its scientific name comes from its ancient uses. Since ancient times, rosehip has been used to treat rabid dog bites, which led to its association with the name canina in Latin. In European folk tradition, it was considered a protective shrub, which, thanks to its thorns, defended gardens and crops, but also brought with it a symbol of resistance and survival. In addition to its medicinal role, rosehip was part of rituals of awakening and regeneration, its flowers being associated with the beginning of summer and the rebirth of vitality. The main active components and medicinal properties are concentrated mainly in the fruit, but other parts of the plant are also extremely rich in active substances. It contains vitamin C, which has antioxidant and immunostimulant effects, flavonoids, so antioxidants and anti-inflammatories, vitamins A, E, and K, which support skin, eye, and circulation health, organic acids, which contribute to digestion and detoxification, and pectins and tannins, which regulate intestinal transit and protect the mucous membranes. The next plant on our list is chicory. In Bach therapy, chicory is associated with devoted, protective, but often possessive people who need help detaching themselves from the possessive love and attachments they develop. In European traditions, chicory was considered a protective and purifying plant. In some areas, it was said to open the roads, not only because it grows on the side of the road, but also because the root decoction was used as a tonic to restore the strength and move forward after periods of exhaustion. The entire plant has medicinal properties, but the root is most valuable from a phytotherapeutic point of view, and the entire plant, rich in fiber and antioxidants, supports the prevention of metabolic and inflammatory diseases. It contains insulin up to 68%, one of the most important soluble fibers with a prebiotic effect. It nourishes beneficial intestinal flora and helps prevent diabetes and obesity. It contains tannins with antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties, vitamins A, C, B6. It also contains minerals, magnesium, potassium, calcium, and bitter substances, which stimulate bile secretion and digestion. The seventh and last remedy that we are going to discuss today is impatiens glandulifera. This is the flower that develops patience and reduces inner tension, transforming it into calm and understanding. Popularly known as Indian balsam or Indian balm, it is native to the Himalayan region. It arrived in Europe in the mid-19th century, probably brought accidentally by Indian workers, and quickly became popular in the gardens of the time due to its spectacular flowers. In its native Himalayan regions, the plant has a long medicinal and culinary tradition. The seeds were eaten raw, roasted, or ground into flour. They were used as spice or substitutes for nuts. The plant also contains 2-methoxy-1,4-naphthoquinone, which is a compound excreted into the soil that inhibits the germination of other plants. It has antifungal, antibacterial, and antiviral properties. But it also stimulates the therapeutic neural repair properties of olfactory and sheathing cells, which are crucial for promoting the regeneration of primary olfactory nervous system that occurs throughout life. The seeds and oils of the plant are also edible with nutritional value, comparable to other oil seeds. And although this plant is not widely used in herbal medicine, traditional uses in the Himalayas confirm its nutritional and medicinal value. What I would like you to take away from this presentation is that not all Bach flower remedies come from classic medicinal plants, but each flower speaks to us through tradition and symbolism. They provide a bridge between our roots and modern man, between nature and prevention. I believe that this bridge is part of a medicine of the future that prevents, balances, and heals in harmony with nature. Thank you very much for listening.
Wonderful presentation, isn't it, Professor Rosenberg?
Thank
Very,
you
very
very
well
much.
done. Very well done. And I was personally impressed how you put the videos inside the presentation with the
I have a big helper. Oh, my daughter is here, and she is your voice. She's voice is
She presented. Yes.
present. Yes, when I think when I include the children in your work. Is for future a very good is see you wanna help me. Can you see,
Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm the voice in the background.
Ioana is the voice. Hello, Ioana. Welcome.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so
very
much
nice
for
presentation. And a new therapy is an old therapy, but in our conference we have we have presentations about different natural therapies, traditional therapies from Ayurveda to phytotherapy to aromatherapy, etc., etc. But Bach flowers therapy is the first and unique in this conference. And thank you very much for this presentation about this important and very much utilized therapy today.
She's yoga instruction.
Wow.
And in my book, this is my book. In my book, she had
yes, I have, if I may,
a file,
a page,
for,
yes.
for
very nice.
So I also believe that a strong connection to nature is indeed what we need when it comes to healing and finding that balance, especially in our body, in our feelings, within our soul, right? So getting back to our roots, going back to nature and finding those that connection with the plants is certainly a thing for the future and what I believe everybody is heading towards. So I am very, very happy to be here. Thank you so much for giving my mom the honor to present. And yes, you can find more information in her book that she just published. So just read more about it. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you again.
Yes. And the book is in English, isn't it?
No, in Romanian.
It's in Romanian.
But
we'll be working on translating it as well if there is a demand for it, of course.
Yes. English, French, German, Spanish, Chinese,
yes.
Swahili, Serbian,
everything,
Slovenian.
all the languages.
Yes, yes, yes. By the way, I take the opportunity to salute here. I see we have friends from Slovenia, Nina Ilic, and from Canada, Andrea Petrus, Dr. Bhargava, who just announced us they succeed to do in India to register the Indian Apitherapy Association, which is a very, very important point. We have Professor Banu Yücel from Turkey, Vanya Kinutia from Kenya, Manuel Minte Guayaga, he was yesterday from Uruguay. I see here some more people from Mozambique. Again, he was also yesterday Heinrich. And then we have Zrinka from Serbia. From Rwanda, we have Uimabera. Beate, yes. And of course, from Burundi, our very good friend presented yesterday, Mr. Aminadab Havyarimana. Yes. Yes, many good people. And I believe, Ramona, you wanted to make a comment on the presentation of Mrs. Dejo?
Yes, first of all, congratulations for both of you. It's a family work. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for thank you for the message. I am also a big lover of flower remedies, and I wanted just to say that uh, for emotions, that are really wonderful. I use rescue remedy several
Hello,
times.
everyone.
Just
My name is Bill.
Yes.
just to give an example, rescue remedy, that is fantastic remedy in situations in a very difficult situation like intensive
Emotional,
therapy.
yes.
Intensive therapy, a person that was between the worlds, and it was a very good effect. um, just to give one example, and yes, I subscribe to this, is a part of phytotherapy, extremely useful, very sweet, and strong in the same time. So yes, thank you
Thank
for
you very much.
coming with this subject, and
Thank you very much.
congratulations.
You are the doctor. I am a engineer, chemist, engineer, and I say here many doctor had uh, your voice is too hard for me, and it's amazing. Thank you very much.
The promoter of this beautiful therapy was also doctor. So it's important to understand also from this point of view, and to encourage our colleagues that maybe didn't hear till this hour about, and also to stimulate the research in this direction, because I was really interested to take a look in the publication. There are not very many. There are some of them, but it deserves the effort, and I just want to give you encouragement in this direction. Sorry for the time. These days, I see that there are many conferences in parallel. We had also our specific department conference, national conference in pathophysiology, and I was so pleased to see that a professor presented a very interesting and very well prepared subject on homeopathy that is very delicate also, in a way as delicate as flower remedies. And I remember that some 14 years ago, uh, in um, in another pathophysiology conference, I presented a subject very delicate for the auditory, because I was the only one um, involved in this area. And I saw a little bit the reaction of my colleagues, like, I don't know what to say, because when you don't know the subject, you don't know what to say. And after 14 years, hearing this colleague, a professor, talking so strongly and so well prepared with documents, uh, it showed me that it deserves to wait and to have patience. So I think that also for flower remedies, this day will come. And uh, this is one step that you made in this direction. And for this reason, I want to say congratulations to you and also to Professor Rosenberg organizers that receive your paper here. Sorry for the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramona. I believe, if I may add just a couple of seconds, it is a trend now to go back towards nature. So that is visible in all kinds of therapies and treatments. And I also believe in time it will become more popular. So thank you so much for the encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Professor Rosenberg, can we go to the next presentation?
Please, please.
From
The
Argentina.
next presentation will be from Argentina. Argentina was represented today by a very nice presentation of a team from Uruguay and Argentina. But now Milena Greenfeld will present medicinal plants from Central.
Hello.
Hello. Medicinal plants for Central Argentina and their potential use in phytocosmetic formulations for skin conditions. Please.
Everyone, my name is Milena Greenfeld. I am a biology student from Argentina, and in this presentation, I will discuss several medicinal plants natives to the region of Central Argentina, particularly in the province of Córdoba, focusing on their antioxidant and antifungal properties and their potential applications in sustainable cosmetic formulations. Well, here I will give an introduction to medicinal plants that are those that synthesize bioactive secondary metabolites such as phenolic compounds, alkaloids, terpenes, and flavonoids, which can have therapeutic effects. These molecules are of great scientific and industrial interest for their antioxidant, antimicrobial, and anti-inflammatory activities. And in the context of green chemistry and sustainable innovation, they represent a renewable source of natural ingredients for cosmetic formulations. Antioxidants prevent or reduce oxidative stress by neutralizing free radicals, thus protecting biological molecules such as lipids and proteins. Antifungal compounds inhibit the growth of pathogenic fungi, enhancing both the skin protection and the microbiological stability of cosmetic products. And exploring native plants as sources of these compounds aligns with sustainable and biodiversity-based innovation. So, natural antioxidant and antifungals contribute to skin protection and product stability. Well, here I will show you some medicinal plants that are common in Central Argentina. One of the plants is Rosmarinus officinalis. It's commonly known as rosemary. It's a Mediterranean species that has adapted well to Central Argentina's climate. Its leaves contain phenolic diterpenes such as carnosic acid and carnosol, and phenolic acids such as rosmarinic acid, compounds known for potent antioxidant and antifungal activity. Rosemary extracts are widely used in cosmetics as natural preservatives and active ingredients for skin and hair protection, so it is well used in creams and shampoos because of the powerful antioxidant and antifungal activity. Well, here I show you Aloysia polystachya, that is known here as burrito. It's a native species of Argentina, distributed in Córdoba and other central regions of the country, and its essential oil contains citral, limonene, and other terpenoids that contribute to antioxidant, antimicrobial, and antifungal activities. Recent studies indicate that Aloysia polystachya extracts could serve as natural preservatives or active ingredients in sustainable cosmetic formulations. So it is promising for eco-friendly formulations. Here I show you Passiflora caerulea, that is native to Cordoba and other central regions of the country. That, well, this beautiful plant contains flavonoids such as vitaxine and isobitaxine, responsible for its antioxidant and sedative properties, and in addition to its traditional medicinal use, recent studies show that its extracts reduce oxidative damage and may protect the skin from environmental stress, suggesting potential applications in dermocosmetic products. Well, here I show you Lipia turbinata, that is commonly known here in Argentina as polio. And it is a native aromatic shrub abundant in Cordoba. Its essential oil is rich in thymol and carvacrol, and these compounds have remarkable antifungal and antibacterial activity. These properties make Lipia turbinata as a promising candidate for natural preservatives in cosmetics and for the development of eco-friendly formulations. So, the incorporation of plant extracts from native species into cosmetic formulations promotes a circular and sustainable approach. By using renewable, biodegradable, and locally sourced raw materials, we can reduce environmental impact and encourage the conservation of Cordoba's unique biodiversity. In conclusion, the native species plants Rosmarinus officinalis, Aloysia polystachya, Passiflora caerulea, and Lipia turbinata represent valuable sources of antioxidant and antifungal compounds. Their potential use in sustainable cosmetic formulations highlights the importance of integrating local biodiversity into modern biotechnological and environmental innovation. Thank you very much. See you later.
Yes, yes. It was also a very interesting presentation, short but interesting. So the use of medicinal plants in cosmetics, it's an interesting field, isn't it, Dr. Rosenberg?
Yes, and I want to appreciate Milena, who is a young student, and she presented this activity, this research about the medicinal flora of Argentina, which have great potential to be utilized, not only in the treatment of disease, in prevention and treatment of disease, but also in cosmetic, for like raw materials for different natural cosmetic. I appreciate very much. She is not present today, but I am in contact with her in general by LinkedIn, and I appreciate her activity in this field.
Okay. Okay, so shall we go to the next presentation? Professor Rosenberg, I believe Anna Maria will give the lecture.
Sure.
So please introduce again Anna Maria. Yeah. Say a few nice words about Anna Maria.
I will introduce myself. So the next presentation is the Pharmacy of the Past, Ethnomedical Insights from the Museum of History of Pharmacy of Sibiu. The presentation is related to the research done by the group of study from the Romanian Society for the History of Pharmacy Sibiu section, composed by me, Dr. Ladislav Rosenberg and Silvia Ionescu, pharmacist also by profession. She cannot be with us today, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
Esteemed committee of the online conference, Traditional Natural Therapies in Ethnomedicine, and esteemed participants, we would like to present to you aspects related to ethnomedical practices found in the Pharmacy History Museum from Sibiu. Historical pharmacies serve as invaluable repositories of the past medical practices, offering unique insights into the ethnomedicinal traditions of their respective regions. This presentation explores the significance of the Pharmacy History Museum department within the Brukenthal National Museum in Sibiu, Romania, as a crucial resource for understanding the historical intersection of pharmaceutical science and local ethnomedicine, particularly within Transylvania. Through an examination of its collections, including ancient pharmaceutical tools, medicinal raw materials, historical formularies, and drug containers, the museum provides tangible evidence of the therapeutic substances and preparation methods employed in bygone eras. This analysis highlights how such historical pharmacy collections illuminate the evolution of natural therapies, the integration of local flora and fauna into medical practice, and the broader cultural context of healing, thereby contributing significantly to ethnopharmacological research and the preservation of traditional medical knowledge. Located in Sibiu, a city with a rich historical and cultural heritage in Sibiu, the Brukenthal National Museum Pharmacy History Department is housed in one of the oldest pharmacies in Romania, dating back to the late 16th century. This setting itself provides an authentic context for understanding historical pharmaceutical practices. The department's mission is to preserve and exhibit the evolution of pharmacy through the centuries, showcasing not only the scientific advancements, but also the practical application of medical knowledge within a specific socio-cultural environment. The museum's collection is comprehensive, featuring a wide array of artifacts, including original pharmaceutical furniture, like cabinets, counters, and display cases that reflect the aesthetic and functional aspects of historical pharmacies, laboratory equipment, mortars and pestles, steels, balance, and various glassware used for compounding remedies, historical formularies and pharmacopoeias, books containing receipts and instructions for preparing medicines, often reflecting local and regional variation in practice. And not forget the drug containers, ceramic, glass, and wood vessels, many bearing labels, original labels, indicating their content. These artifacts collectively offer a tangible link to the therapeutic landscape of past centuries, providing a unique lens through which to examine ethnomedical practices that might otherwise remain solely in textual or oral records. The collection at the Brukenthal National Museum's Pharmacy History Department provide concrete evidence of how natural resources were integrated into medicinal practices, reflecting the ethnomedical knowledge of the time. These resources can be grouped into 4 categories: herbal remedies and phytotherapy, animal-derived and mineral-based remedies, preparation methods and technological evolution, and the intersection with broader healing traditions. Herbal remedies and phytotherapy represent the presence of countless apothecary jars, many labeled with botanical names, directly indicates the extensive use of local flora from Transylvania. This would have included plant common to the Carpathian region, suggesting the prevalence of traditional Romanian phytotherapy. Formulary within the collection would detail specific preparations such as decoction, tinctures, and poultices derived from these plants, offering insight into empirical knowledge of the medicinal and of their medicinal properties. For instance, common European medicinal plants like chamomile, linden, and elderflower, and various mint species, which are still used in Romanian folk medicine, would have been standard stock. Beyond plants, historical pharmacies often stocked substances derived from animals. For example, musk, civet, various animal fats or even parts, and minerals, sulfur, mercury compounds, various salts. The museum collection, if it includes such items of their containers, can reveal the extent to which these non-botanical natural sources were incorporated into remedies, reflecting a broader understanding of natural healing beyond just plants. The array of laboratory equipment, from simple mortars to more complex distillation apparatus, illustrates the method by which raw natural materials were processed into usable medicines. This provides insights into the practical skills and technological limitations of the era, and how these influenced the form and efficiency of traditional remedies. The evolution of these tools are mirrors that gradual shift from purely empirical form practices towards more standardized pharmaceutical compounding. While a pharmacy primarily deals with material remedies, its context within a community often reflects broader healing philosophies. For example, the strong traditional presence of apitherapy in Romania, involving products like honey, propolis, and royal jelly, suggests that these natural substances would have been stocked and prepared in various forms by historical pharmacies. Similarly, given Romania's rich tradition of balneotherapy, it is plausible that pharmacy would have prepared remedies or tonics intended to complement the therapeutic effects of mineral waters, or even sold specific mineral salts for home use. The museum's collaboration with organizations like the Romanian Society for Apitherapy, Phytotherapy and Aromatherapy and the International Federation of Apitherapy underscores the historical interconnectedness of these natural therapies with formal pharmaceutical practices. The significance of historical pharmacies collections for ethnomedicine research is very important. Historical pharmacy collections, such as the one found in the Brukenthal National Museum, are indispensable for ethnomedicine and the researcher in this area for several reasons. Tangible evidence. They provide concrete physical evidence of the substances and tools used in the past, the medical practices, corroborating or expanding upon textual and oral histories. The contextual understanding. They offer a rich context for understanding the socio-economic and cultural factors that influence the availability, preparation, and use of natural therapies. Also, ethnopharmacological leads have been emerging from these collections by identifying historically significant medicinal substances. These collections can guide contemporary ethnopharmacological research, potentially leading to the rediscovery of valuable compounds or traditional formulations, and also contributed to the evolution of knowledge in the area, because the collection illustrates the dynamic interplay between traditional empirical knowledge, emerging scientific understanding, and the practical demand of healthcare in different historical periods. The pharmacy of the past often served as a bridge between folk remedies and early scientific medicine. And not to forget cultural preservation. These museums play a critical role in preserving the material culture of healing, ensuring that the knowledge and practices of the past generations are not lost. In conclusion, the Pharmacy History Museum Department of the Brukenthal National Museum in Sibiu stands as a vital testament to the rich ethnomedical heritage of Transylvania and Romania. Its meticulously preserved collection offers profound insights into the pharmacy of the past, revealing the sophisticated ways in which natural therapies were used, prepared, and integrated into daily life. By studying these artifacts, researchers can gain a deeper appreciation for the historical roots of phytotherapy, aromatherapy, apitherapy, and other natural healing modalities, and understand the intricate relation between human health, natural resources, and cultural tradition. Such historical pharmacy collections are not merely relics. They are living archives that continue to inform and inspire contemporary ethnopharmacological research and underscore the enduring value of traditional natural therapies in the global tapestry of healing. We thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions to the presentation?
Okay.
I think there are no questions to the presentation, so we can go on. The next presentation comes from Sri Lanka. Nisa Pra, I saw that you are online.
Okay. So please give me 1 minute to download the presentation. You send it by email, and then we will present it. And meanwhile, maybe you can have a nice chat on the presentations. And also, we are waiting for Mrs. Paola Felicia. We have her video, her clip. It's still working, downloading. So just have a nice chat, and I'll download the presentation.
Saprat sent us an email telling us that she has a storm where she lives, so that's why maybe she cannot hear us. We are understanding. And thank you for sending us the presentation on short time. And welcome also to Ms. Paula Felicia de Candia. She will be next afterwards. I have a question from Andrea Petruț. She wanted to know about Hahnemann. I don't know. I will see the message in a moment. Maybe it will be good to tell also about Samuel Hahnemann. He studied in Sibiu at the Ark of Samuel Brukenthal. Yes, I know that. I know about Samuel Hahnemann. I told in my first presentation yesterday that we have the largest homeopathic collection in the country, in Romania, more than 2,900 vials. And yes, Samuel Hahnemann was still a student when he came to Sibiu. He didn't graduate med school, and he stayed for almost 2 years in the Brukenthal service. But he worked mainly as a librarian. He inventorized the books in the Brukenthal library. And after leaving Sibiu in 1779, he went on to Erlangen when he got his degree. There are many discussions related to the time spent by Hahnemann in Sibiu. Some researchers say that it has an impact on him in further developing homeopathy. Others say that he only inventorized the books. And he also studied the numismatic collection of the Baron and other activities around Sibiu. So yes, we know about Samuel Hahnemann. We have a statue of Samuel Hahnemann, his bust in the Brukenthal Library, in front of the Brukenthal Library in Sibiu. If you would come in 2026 at the Romanian Society for Aromatherapy Congress, you will also see if you visit Brukenthal Museum, you can see the statue. So thank you for your question. Are there any other questions? I would also like to mention that Ms. Monica Dejeu already gave to the Pharmacy History Museum in Sibiu one of her books for the library. So it can be used and seen by those who want to research this field. And we would like to thank Ms. Monica Dejeu for her donation to the museum. Thank you very much for your book.
Okay, so we can, I have downloaded the presentation of Dr. Sapra from Sri Lanka. I don't know if she's here or with us.
Yes, I am here, sir.
Oh, yeah, can you open your camera to see you?
Sure, sir.
Open the camera, we can hear you, but we'll be very happy to see somebody from Sri Lanka.
Sure, sir. Just wait.
Yes.
Good afternoon, distinguished. Hello,
Okay.
sir.
Yes, we
Hi.
can see. Very nice face. How is the weather in Sri Lanka? It's hot or
It's
windy?
raining, sir. These days, very severe raining is there. So that's why I sent the recorded video also.
Yes. Professor Rosenberg, if you can present Dr. Sapra.
I will
Yeah,
try.
I can.
One moment, please. Yes.
Shall I present?
It will be Dr. Sampra with her team. Dr. Sampra is from the Department of Unani Pharmacology, University of Colombo from Sri Lanka, in collaboration with Dr. Manuha, Department of Unani Pharmacology also, and Dr. Pereira, Department of Ayurveda Pharmacology, Pharmaceutics and Community Medicine from the same university. They will present the title of their presentation is From Ancient Texts to Modern Labs, a comprehensive review of the Unani wisdom of red cabbage. Yes, it's very interesting. The red cabbage is utilized in Unani medicine with great results. Please, Dr. Sapra, to present.
Good afternoon, distinguished panel members, respected colleagues, and fellow researchers, and all the participants. I am Dr. M.S.F. Safra from the Department of Unani Pharmacology, Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Today, I will present a comprehensive review titled From Ancient Labs to Modern Labs. A comprehensive review of the Unani wisdom of red cabbage known as karna. In this talk, we will explore how ancient Unani concepts regarding red cabbage are being rediscovered through modern biomedical research. We will focus on its neuroprotective, anti-inflammatory, and health-promoting roles, bridging the gap between traditional knowledge and contemporary science. These are the contents of my presentation. Now let's move to the background. Let's begin with a brief background on Unani medicine. Unani medicine, rooted in Greco-Arabic tradition, views health as a state of balance among the four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Disease arises when this equilibrium is disrupted. A central concept in Unani thought is Giza-e Dawa, meaning food as medicine. According to this concept, food and medicine are not separate. Rather, food themselves can be therapeutic when appropriately chosen. Within this framework, kurunum, known as red cabbage, has traditionally been used both as a nutritious food and a therapeutic remedy. In recent decades, modern research has increasingly explored foods with traditional therapeutic value, aiming to validate their mechanism of action and clinical significance. This review aims to integrate classical Unani knowledge with modern scientific findings, supporting evidence-based applications of red cabbage. Red cabbage is scientifically known as Brassica oleracea or capitata verbumpa, belongs to the Brassicaceae family, which also includes broccoli, kale, and other medicinal vegetables. In classical Unani literature, red cabbage is referred as to karnam. Scholars such as Ibn Sina, Avicenna in the canon of medicine, and Al-Razi, known as Razis, in a Al-Hawi Filtip, highlighted its medicinal significance. They describe it has the having munzij, concoctive effects, and the mulatif, softening effects, and the mufattis, deobstruent properties. Traditionally, it was used to treat swellings, ulcers, and abscess. Interestingly, Al-Razi mentioned its use for rausha, meaning tremor, which aligns with the modern understandings of neurological disorders such as Parkinson's disease. These historical descriptions suggest that Unani scholars observed neuroprotective effects empirically centuries before modern neuroscience could explain them. From the Unani perspective, red cabbage is considered cold and dry in temperament. This property helps counteract diseases associated with excess heat and moisture. In pharmacological action include munzil. It means aids maturation of morbid matter. Mulatif means known as a softener. It softens the thick humus. And also it has a mufattihe sudha action. It means opens bodily obstructions. It means deobstruents. And dafe vaja. It means like an anti-inflammatory, relieves pain and the inflammations. And also it's known as analgesic. Therapeutically, Karanam has been used for tumors, phlegmatic swelling, abscesses, wounds, skin diseases, and tremors. The mention of rosa, it means tremors, particularly notable as it describes involuntary shaking and weakness, concept remarkably consistent with motor neuron degeneration in Parkinson's disease. Thus, Unani medicine viewed Karnam as a multifunctional remedy with both local and systemic effects. Turning to modern research, red cabbage has been extensively studied for its rich phytochemical compositions. Key bioactive compounds include anthocyanins, and glucosinolates, flavonoids, and vitamin C and vitamin K. Anthocyanins are pigments responsible for purple color, act as powerful antioxidants, protecting neurons from oxidative stress and supporting mitochondrial function. In glucosinolates, sulfur-containing compounds metabolize into isocyanates such as sulforaphane with anti-inflammatory, anti-proliferatory, and detoxifying effects. Other one is the flavonoids. Support antioxidant defense and modulates cellular signaling pathways. And also it has the vitamin C and the vitamin K. Antioxidant support, and it also gives the vascular bone health. And also it contains dietary fibers too, promotes gut microbiota health, influencing the gut-brain axis. These phytochemicals collectively provide antioxidant effects. It means neutralize free radicals, protect neuronal cells, and reduce oxidative damage. And other one is the anti-inflammatory effects, suppress pro-inflammatory cytokines and enzymes. Other effect it has the neuroprotective effects. It reduces the neuronal cell death, enhance mitochondrial activity, and improve antioxidant enzyme levels in experimental models of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. And also, apart from this, it has cardioprotective and hepatoprotective actions. It means there is some evidence it will improve lipid metabolism, reduce oxidative stress, and support liver and heart health. These findings mirror Unani descriptions of Carnup's effects on tremors and inflammation, providing a molecular explanation for traditional observation. Let's explore the mechanism through which red cabbage exerts these effects. First one is the gut-brain axis. Fiber and polyphenols act as the prebiotics enriching beneficial gut microbiota. The microbiota produce short-chain fatty acids such as butyric, which strengthen the intestinal barrier, reduce systemic inflammation, and modulate neuroinflammation. Other one is blood-brain barrier penetrations. There are some evidence that anthocyanins and glucosinolates cross the blood-brain barrier, providing antioxidant and anti-apoptic effects that protect dopaminergic neuron. So that's why it can useful in the neurodegenerative diseases. Other things, multi-target actions. Red cabbage influences oxidative stress, inflammation, mitochondrial function, and gut microbiota simultaneously, reflecting the holistic approach of Unani medicine. Now we'll see comparing the Unani and modern perspective shows remarkable alignment. Tremor, so known as the rasha. So Unani attributes it to imbalance in cold and moist humus. Modern research links it to oxidative stress and neuroinflammations leading to dopaminergic neuron loss. Anthocyanins and glucosinolates target these mechanisms. Other thing is inflammation and swellings. Traditional uses of abscesses and phlegmatic swellings correlate with anti-inflammatory and wound healing properties observed in research. Nothing is not used as a tumors. Clinical text mentions Carnop for tumors which align with glucosinolates, drive sulforaphane, anti-proliferatory, and detoxifying effects. So now there are many researchers who done the cancer properties. This demonstrates that empirical Unani observations are being validated by molecular science, confirming convergence between traditional and modern approaches. So despite these promising findings, significant research gaps remaining. Most studies are preclinical, using in vitro animal models. Human clinical trials are scarce. Lack of standardized Unani formulations making reproducibility challenging. Integration of Unani concepts like Mizaj, temperament with modern biochemical analysis. Addressing these gaps requires interdisciplinary collaboration between Unani scholars, pharmacologists, and molecular biologists. So moving forward, key directions to include in the future, developing standardized red cabbage extract consistent with Unani pharmacognostic parameters, conducting clinical trials in conditions such as mild cognitive impairment or tremor disorders such as Parkinson's disease, promoting functional food development within the desired DAWA framework to support preventive healthcare. Strengthening collaboration between Unani medicine and modern neuroscience to integrate holistic and evidence-based approaches. In conclusion, red cabbage, or known as a Carnop, exemplifies how traditional wisdom and modern science can coexist and complement each other. The Unani concept of food as medicine is strongly supported by modern biomechanical and pharmacological evidence. Its antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and neuroprotective properties validate what classical physicians observed centuries ago. Revisiting such traditional insights allow development of sustainable plant-based interventions for chronic and neurodegenerative diseases. Red cabbage is therefore more than a vegetable, it's a symbol of continuity between ancient and modern therapeutics. I essentially thank my supervisors, Professor W.T.N. Disarnaika, Professor P.K. Pereira, and Professor M.I. Manohar for their guidance and encouragement. I also acknowledge the support of the University of Colombo and the conference organizing committee for providing this platform. These are the key references which I used in this presentations, and together these sources illustrate how traditional knowledge continues to inform and inspire modern scientific explorations. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your valuable questions and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sapra. If there are any questions to the doctor,
I guess there is a question in the chat. I'm sorry.
there is a question from Andrea from Romania. Does the red cabbage have these marvelous properties also in boiled form or only in raw form? Ms. Sapra, does the red cabbage has the same properties if it is boiled or natural?
That is the research I am still conducting. But with literature searches, I found that neuroprotective effects, alpha-dorphine, glucosinolase, those are thermal-liable. So when it is boiling, it will discard. So within the minimum, it means below.
Hello.
Raw one is. Hello. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, you can continue. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So with the raw one is better, but when we are using the freeze, we are hope to use the freeze dried form, because freeze drying is the preserve these chemicals. So sometimes we can't tell it is if it's raw, when sometimes we can take it is, sometimes it will discarded. So now we are focusing on freeze dried form of this red cabbage powder. So we are still doing those research on the freeze dried form. So to see whether these are available in those freeze dried form also.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sapra, for your very interesting presentation. In Unani, I mentioned yesterday during a presentation that this therapeutic method, natural therapeutic method, Unani, is accepted by World Health Organization, together with Ayurveda medicine, together with TCM, etc., etc. And we have really a great possibility today to have a presentation in this field, in Unani, which is not very much presented during the conferences, scientific conferences in Romania, in Europe in general. And I congratulate you for your very, very interesting and very well based in evidence medicine presentation, from tradition to modern medicine. This is the key. This is the way of our conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Yes, I'm happy to tell you that I was able to download the clip from Paula Felicia, thanks to the help of Andrea Petruz. So, Professor Rosenberg, if you can present Paula with the next presentation.
Paula Felicia de Candia is originally from Romania, but she is now in Canada. She is a homeopath and will present us a very important work, epigenetics and its integration with natural medicine and homeopathy.
Hello, hello. I am Paula Felicia de Candia. I'm a regular homeopath in Toronto, Canada, and I'm extremely grateful, happy, and a little bit nervous to be here at this International Traditional Natural Therapies in Ethnomedicine. My topic today is on epigenetics and homeopathy. Have you ever blamed your parents for something? Or have you ever noticed a familial trait? Well, epigenetics may actually help explain these concerns. So what is epigenetics? The word epigenetics was introduced in modern science in 1942 by Conrad Waddington, a British developmental biologist. Epigenetics is the study of how our experiences, emotions, diet, and even our grandparents' lives can affect how our genes express themselves without changing the DNA code itself. The word comes from the Greek prefix epi, means upon, the genome, so epigenome is thought to be an additional secondary informational level on top of the genetic code. In 1996, it was defined as the study of mitotically and or meiotically heritable changes in gene function that cannot be explained by changes in DNA sequence. The concept of epigenetics is defined as the study of regulatory mechanisms that account for potentially heritable and reversible patterns in gene expression without affecting the nucleotide sequence of the genome. The epigenome integrates the information encoded in the genome with all the molecular and chemical cues of cellular, extracellular, and environmental origin. Along with the genome, the epigenome instructs the unique gene expression program of each cell type to define its functional identity during development or during disease. The epigenome also, in some sense, represents the ability of an organism to adapt and evolve through expression of a set of characteristics or phenotypes developed in response to environmental stimuli. In contrast to the consistency of the genome, the epigenome is characterized by a dynamic and flexible response to intra- and extracellular stimuli through cell-cell contact, by neighboring cells, by physiology, or entirely by the environment that the organism is exposed. The basic mechanism of epigenetic inheritance can be better explained after understanding the method in which DNA is packed inside the cell nucleus using histones. What are histones? They are highly alkaline proteins found in eukaryotic cell nuclei that package and order the DNA into structural units called nucleosomes. They are the chief protein components of chromatin, acting as the spools around which DNA winds and playing a role in gene regulation. Without histones, the unwound DNA in chromosomes will be very long. A length-to-width ratio of more than 10 million to 1 in the human DNA. For example, each human diploid cell containing 23 pairs of chromosomes has about 1.8 meters, so about 6 feet of DNA. But wound on the histones, it has about 90 micrometers of chromatin, which when duplicated and condensed during mitosis results in about 120 micrometers of chromosomes. This wrapping of DNA around the histones is analogous to the way fishing line is wrapped around the reel on a fishing rod, storing and controlling the long filament. So in summary, there are 3 major groups of changes which contribute to defining the epigenome of a cell: DNA methylation, histone modification, and RNA silencing. So let's recap. The term comes from the Greek epi, meaning upon, something that acts upon the genes. Our genes are fixed, but epigenetics decides whether they are turned on or off. That's called RNA silencing. This control happens through chemical switches like DNA methylation and histone modification. Here is a question for you. If stress or love can change your gene expression, which one do you think has the stronger impact over time? I'll give you a moment to think. Studies show love and connection actually strengthens resilience. Stress, on the other hand, silences the healing genes. Histones are subject to diverse post-translational modifications, including acetylation, methylation, phosphorylation, and ubiquitination. DNA methylation and histone modifications are coupled through different machineries, including DNA methyltransferases and different families of methylated DNA binding proteins that associate with histone-modifying enzymes in multi-protein complexes. RNA-associated silencing is a type of post-transcriptional gene modification during which the expression of one or more genes is down-regulated or suppressed by small non-coding stretches of RNA, sometimes called microRNAs, and small interfering RNAs. Although microRNAs only represent 1% of the genome, they have been estimated to actually target about 30% of the genes. These RNA can act as switches and modulators, exerting extensive influence within the cell and beyond. The RNAs fine-tune the gene expression as they act as specific modulators based on cell type specificity of the organism during development as well as pathological conditions. The microRNAs have been known to play a role in tumor suppression, apoptosis, cellular proliferation, and cell movement, which suggests that they can be manipulated in treating epigenetic diseases like cancer. Histone and DNA modifications are highly dynamic, a property that is crucial for the regulation and control of cellular proliferation, differentiation, and survival. In the last 3 decades, major advances have been made in understanding the interaction between DNA methylation, histone modification, and gene expression. This fundamental research demonstrated that the interplay between the individual components is highly complex and opened a new field of epigenetics. In the last few years, it became evident that epigenetic changes are not only involved in cancer and developmental processes, but also play a significant role in the development of autoimmune diseases. Let's look at transgenerational effect. Studies have shown that epigenetic modifications acquired in one generation may be transferable to subsequent generations. During pregnancy, environmental exposures can influence the development of the offspring and increase the risk for metabolic diseases like obesity later in life. One maternal factor that has consistently been shown to influence later phenotype is maternal nutrition. This had been more clearly shown in studies of the Hodge-Hunter winter, 1944-1945, a 5-month period of extreme food shortage in the Netherlands at the end of World War II. Long-term follow-up studies from this cohort found that exposure to famine in early gestation was associated with low birth weight and increased risk of obesity in adulthood, whereas exposure in late gestation showed decreased glucose tolerance. Studies from this cohort indicate that there are different windows of susceptibility during pregnancy: embryogenesis, organogenesis, and tissue differentiation, where maternal nutrition can influence offspring's health. In addition, the early postnatal period is another crucial period in which nutrition can program the infant. Several physiological and metabolic mechanisms are not fully mature at birth and continue to develop in the immediate postnatal period. So, our DNA is like the piano. But epigenetics decides which keys are played, when, and how loud. Let's look at factors that influence the epigenome. Our gene expression is like a mirror reflecting how we live. Here are few powerful influencers. Diet. Nutrient-rich foods like folate, methionine can activate protective genes. Studies in genomic imprinting have revealed how DNA methylation patterns are influenced by diet and how epigenomic sensitivity to environmental cues, and specifically diet, can be used to influence disease susceptibility. Diets high in such methyl-rich nutrients may significantly alter gene expression and offer protective health benefits. Deficiency in folate and methionine, both of which are involved in cellular processes that supply methyl groups needed for DNA methylation, can change the expression, in other words, the imprinting of growth factor genes such as IGF-1. So yes, your grandma was right about eating your greens. Exercise is another factor. Regular movement reprograms your metabolism epigenetically. Exercise has been shown to induce positive changes in DNA methylation within adipose tissue and regulate metabolism in both healthy and diseased individuals. Exercise also leads to beneficial changes in DNA methylation patterns in skeletal muscles. Social connection and emotion is another. Our thoughts, believe it or not, and emotions can literally imprint on our cells. When mice were subjected to other fear conditioning prior to conception, increased behavioral sensitivity was observed in offspring in subsequent 2 generations. Now let's look at environmental toxins like cigarette smoke, pollution, chemicals. Those can actually silence protective genes. Pharmaceutical drugs, on the other hand, pharmacoepigenetics, which is the study of inter-individual variations in epigenetics modifications as a result of prescribed pharmaceutical drug use. One working hypothesis is that exposure to therapeutic drugs may cause persistent epigenetic changes, possibly manifesting as permanent adverse side effects. Several epigenomic screening protocols are in place to identify drugs whose epigenetic power has therapeutic benefit and to isolate other drugs whose negative epigenetic impact outweighs potential benefits. My favorite now, epigenetics meets homeopathy. So how does epigenetics relate to homeopathy? Well, homeopathic remedies, though highly diluted, act as informational signals, just like gentle reminders to your cells, helping them remember their original healthy expression. Homeopathy, in other words, gives your genes a little pep talk, sort of like, hey, buddy, remember how to heal now. Now, much research has shown the biological activities of ultra highly diluted homeopathic medicine. Their capability to modulate different signal genes and proteins was also identified. So Kuda-Bush and Patak advocated a working hypothesis, claiming that the working principle of the homeopathic remedy should be based upon a switch on-off mechanism of the gene expression, particularly by causing epigenetic modifications. In one study, the effects of a wide range of Apis mellifica dilutions on gene expression profiles of human cells were investigated. The gene RWPE1, a non-neoplastic adult human epithelial prostate cell line, were exposed to Apis mellifica preparations, 3C, 5C, 7C, 9C, 12C, 15C, and 30C, or to the reference solvent solutions for 24 hours. Non-exposed cells were also checked for gene expression variations. Results showed that even the most diluted solutions retain the ability to trigger significant variations in gene expression, demonstrating that extremely diluted apis mellifica preparations retain effects on gene expression in human cells. The findings of another study clearly demonstrates that the expression profiles of certain genes of the homeopathic medicine used HeLa cells were significantly different from that of a placebo-treated cells. This suggests that both homeopathic remedies and placebo differed in their ability to trigger gene responses, some of which were implicated in cancer. So, although the homeopathic remedies were very diluted, they still retain the ability to trigger gene responses in a cascade of reactions, giving support to Kuda-Bush hypothesis. Epigenetic modifications are a hallmark of cancer, and a large number of genes remain in modified state of expression in cancer cells. Both Hydrastis candensis and Kondurango homeopathic remedies had been previously reported to induce apoptosis in cancer cells, while placebos do not exhibit this property. Incidentally, ultra-highly diluted preparations of glucose 30C, Arsenicum album 30C, and Arnica montana 30C were shown to induce gene modulatory effects in bacteria, E. coli, and yeast, either subjected to insult with sodium arsenide or UV irradiation. The potentized homeopathic remedies carry specific signals or information, if you may, that can be identified by certain cell receptors. These signals may act as a trigger for tuning on or off some relevant genes, initiating a cascade of gene actions, while the placebo failed to elicit any such favorable responses. It has been previously documented that administration of a potentized homeopathic medicine altered the expressions of a large number of signal proteins in mice induced to develop skin cancers. These studies indicate that the homeopathic remedies do affect the epigenome. Now, whether these epigenetic alterations are temporary or permanent, and whether these effects can be passed on to next generation, it's yet to be investigated. Now, let's look at clues to epigenetic inheritance in homeopathic literature. In homeopathic materia medica, we can find many remedies being given for never been well sense phenomena, like grief, joy, trauma, poverty, menopause, etc., all point to events which are capable of triggering epigenetic changes, and we see the results after prescribing the indicated homeopathic medicines in cases where such events can be identified as point of origin of deviations in health. This implies that our medicines must be capable of working at epigenetic level, or perhaps at a level which is prior to epigenetic changes. The importance of environmental factors or miasms affecting one generation and the effects being observed in subsequent generations is recognized. Even during taking the case of a history of a patient, it is vital for us to investigate the family history for the past family history, such as tuberculosis, trauma, or any inherited tendencies running in the family. An excerpt from Dr. E.B. Nash's work, a physician of eminence, was asked, when was the proper time to begin the treatment of tuberculosis? His answer was, with the grandparents. This is an indication of the cross-generational considerations. Dr. Ken says, if a man has no chronic miasm, he will not have acute disease. It is because he is susceptible to these outside influences. Also, if a man were in perfect health, he would not be susceptible. If a person does have an epigenome which expresses all the good genes and silences all the bad genes for a particular environment, he can be said to be in perfect health and not susceptible to any influence. Now, homeopathic doctrine teaches us that pathology is not the disease, but the result of disease. As Dr. J.H. Allen says, if we do not understand the laws governing the dynamics of like, we are soon deceived, as we are apt to take the results of action for their cause. In other words, we take the finished or completed work of the miasm, the lesion or the pathological, for the real disease. For instance, we say the tumor is the cause of pain or pressure or some reflex condition, which is true, perhaps, but the tumor is never the first cause of the disease. No lesion or pathological condition is the first cause of any disease, for the disease process precedes them all. And the true cause always lies outside the mechanical, in the disturbed or distressed life force itself. We must go back to the life force for all action and all change in the structure of the organism itself. Homeopathy perceives that there is something prior to the results, aka disease. If the physician cannot make a distinction between the symptoms that represent the disease per se and the symptoms that represent the result of disease, he will never practice homeopathy successfully. Pathology gives us the results of disease and not the language of nature appealing to the intelligent physician. Symptomatology is the true subject to know. Dr. Kent says in his writings, The Making of a Man, that the highest aim of man is to become wise, and the only way to attain wisdom is to do the good of others. Man is never happy except when working for others. The wise man is always happy. He has grown wise while loving and is loved while acquiring knowledge. Peace, happiness, and contentment are upon the face of all who live for the good of the human race. In conclusion, it may be suggested that exploring instances of true non-medical cures while keeping epigenetics alterations in view might be a fruitful endeavor to undertake to scientifically define all parameters required for reversing harmful changes and ultimately cure. At present, the scientific world is searching for drugs and methods to alter epigenetics with precision. Homeopathy might be holding the answers to this and other deeper inquiries to come. Intensive research in the right direction and much interdisciplinary dialogue is necessary. Let's look at generational and spiritual layers. Epigenetic studies show we can inherit fears or tendencies from our ancestors, in the same manner that homeopathy has long spoken about miasms and inherited susceptibilities. Dr. Kent said, if a man were in perfect health, he would not be susceptible. Epigenetically, that will mean his good genes are fully expressed and his harmful ones are silenced. Think of one family pattern you've noticed, such as an illness or maybe an emotional tendency. What if healing yourself could rewire that pattern for your children and future generations? This will reflect an epigenetic cure through homeopathic medicine. Thank you so much, and I'm waiting for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kandia. We are going to see if our participants would like to ask you questions.
Okay, so I have a few questions until our colleagues will come with their own questions. First of all, congratulations for your extraordinary presentation, Paula, really extraordinary. It was very clear presented. For most of us, the term epigenetics is not so clear, but you presented very, very well. So I'm sure that now...
Thank you.
If
I was
Hippocrates,
muted. I was talking to myself.
yes. Yes, so I'm thinking that Hippocrates, if he will be with us now or he can hear us, Hippocrates will be very happy because you make very nice the correlation, the genes, the foods, the influence on. So epigenetics, it's like a basics for to prove that Hippocrates was right. The food should be your medicine. Now, because I'm in apitherapy, I'm with the bee products. It's my big passion. In the bee products, all bee products, almost all of them, they influence the genes, the epigenetics. And we have so many examples like this. So it's like propolis can change the genes, pollen can change the genes, bee venom can change the genes, royal jelly, and so on. So it will be very good if you'll be able to study also a bit the bee products. And we can send you also all these articles on this. For example, pollen taken long enough time can make deep genetical corrections. Like it was a study published in 2010 with a study done on two kind of mice. One ate only pollen and water, and the other one only normal food and water. And the ones with pollen were able to heal their genetically induced kidney amyloidosis, which is a very, very severe disease. It's like osteoporosis in the bones, amyloidosis, it's like in the kidneys. And there are many other examples with propolis, with bee venom, like my herpes I was having every year, every spring, before bee congresses. I was having a big herpes and ugly, bleeding and painful and so on. And then one guy from Portugal treated me only once with bee venom. And since 2012, I do not have any more herpes. So it is for sure also a genetical improvement. Maybe it's stem cells, or maybe it's other mechanisms, but it's also like this. So what do you think about this idea with bee products and epigenetics?
I love the idea, and I do a modality that I practice here. It's called live blood analysis. And you take a drop of blood and you put it under the microscope. It's a dark field microscope. And you see, I would love to work with someone, and I'm thinking of Andrea now, because she's close to me, to do before and after, to see at the cell level what happens, like black and white. I would love to actually, originally, I used to be a professional ballet dancer in Romania. And back in the days in Cluj, at the school, a professional ballet school, they used to give us a lot of propolis. It was the main, I would say, nutritious supplement. And looking back, we never had digestive enzymes, vitamins, minerals. It was literally, as you said, raw honey and propolis that we used a lot, and actually bee pollen. Those are the things that I used to constantly have to eat. And to tell you the truth, I used to hate propolis. I used to hate bee pollen because I didn't like the taste, but I got used to it, right? And I wouldn't be surprised why I actually was healthy back then. Anyway, I love the idea. Definitely will stay in touch. And I'm very, very happy that you've liked the presentation. There is so much more to be said. I will send more references. There is so much for those that are interested. I had so much fun working on this. So thank you. I'm grateful, Dr. Professor Ladislau, for giving me this honor. And not only that, I speak and I'm amongst all of you guys here, but the fact that I'm Romanian, it's kind of I put my my ear just and this just I felt so, I don't know, so good to be amongst Romanians. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes. Please, Paula, put in the chat your contact details, because I saw some people, they would like to contact you.
Of course.
And you have also a question in the messages.
Of course. One second.
Yes. Dear Paula, Felicia, thank you very much for your presentation, extraordinary presentation, which create a bridge between epigenetics and homeopathy. This is very important to create this connection between traditional. Homeopathy is not a traditional therapy. It's only 200 years old therapy, but and with epigenetics, with really a modern and development science. It was very interesting, and I say you a great hello from the city of Hahnemann, Sibiu. Yes, and thank you for your extraordinary presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I look forward to now meeting, coming to Sibiu actually. I knew that part about Hahnemann. I didn't have the details, but yeah. Anyway, thank you.
We're waiting for you.
I will. If not next year, because I have a couple of conferences that I have to go in person. For sure the following year, 100%.
Okay.
Next year, you know, the Congress of Romanian Society for Epitherapy, Phytotherapy, and Aromatherapy will be in Sibiu.
When? What time in the year?
May.
Like what month? May?
End of May. Last weekend in May. So you can already take your flight tickets with Andrea together. End of May, yes. Yes.
You have a special invitation from the part of the president of the society.
Yes.
Amazing. Okay, I'll do my best then. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes. One question, Paula, from Dr. Zrinka from Croatia. She's very active in apitherapy in Croatia there with Mrs. Gordana Hedžić. Dr. Zrinka wanted to ask you about an example. If you can give an example of how you create or how you make a treatment protocol, let's say for asthma in with epigenetics. Okay, Professor Rosenberg. Okay. Yes, Paula. Yes.
Sorry, I was muted. I was talking by myself again. It is a loaded question now. It's not a question that can be easily answered, and I tell you why. Just the way I explained, there is not one factor that causes the asthma. We will have to take in consideration all of the all being, right? So I will have to take a proper intake to determine what may be the cause of this expression of whatever is in disharmony within the body. So it's impossible to say that because you have asthma, now I'm going to give you this type of remedies.
Yes.
So I hope that answers the question. It's because homeopathic medicine is very complex. It's not like conventional medicine where all, let's say, diseases are treated similarly with the same type of medication.
Yes, 3 minutes medicine.
Yes. So yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could have given you the exact remedy, but it doesn't work that way. So
okay, Paula. Yes, you're right. Consultation in homeopathy takes usually about 2 hours. So indeed, you need to be very, very specific afterwards. And one idea for Dr. Zrinka is just to look in the internet about homeopathic consultation, about these details, and then she'll understand better what you mean. Okay.
And I also want to mention that all homeopaths work virtual. We don't need to see you face to face. So if you feel connected to any of the homeopaths, do some research, and whomever you feel connected to, just reach out.
Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you, Paula. Now we have Professor Rosenberg. He already shared the screen about the All Pharmacies of Arad by Alex Cherny. So please, Professor Rosenberg.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a great possibility for me to present you a book which will be launched in the next month. It's a book written by my friend, my childhood friend, Alex Cherny. And I was very happy to be expert for this book. In introduction, I want to say you that I am honored to present at this conference in very short form and share with you a project that is very close to my heart, is in my heart. The book, The Old Pharmacies of Arad, written by my childhood friend, local historian Alex Cherny. My role as scientific reviewer for this volume gives me a unique perspective and significance. This book represents a comprehensive research work dedicated to the history of old pharmacies in the city of Arad and in the historical territories of former Arad county. Arad is now an important industrial city located in western part of Romania, near the border with Hungary. But during the period presented by Alex Cherny, studied in this book, was part of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. My friend Alex Cherny wrote 3 books, Medicine in Arad, 300 Years of History. The first another book was the first sport clubs in Arad, and the third is this about the old pharmacies in Arad. Arad is a beautiful, beautiful city with a rich history, culture, and monumental buildings. Arad, I present in this image, Arad City Hall, and the college, our college, where we were in the same class with Alex Cherny, and we maintained a very good friendship during our life, during more of 50 years. But first, I want to connect a little bit the old pharmacies, this book, The Old Pharmacies of Arad, to connect with the subject of our conference, ethnomedicine. At first glance, a historical book about pharmacies, about pharmacohistory, might seem a departure from the topic of ethnomedicine and ethnopharmacy. I want to mention ethnopharmacy is part of ethnomedicine, a more different of ethnopharmacology. However, I believe this book serves as a crucial bridge between our past and present, and I want to highlight 3 key connections. First, ethnomedicine and ethnopharmacy are rooted in the traditional use of natural remedies passed down through generations. My first point is that the early pharmacies of Arad represent a critical stage in the evolution of this practice. These pharmacies were the first step in moving from empirical, often anecdotal, folk knowledge to a more structured and standardized system. This book documents how early pharmacies sourced local medicinal plants, turning traditional, often raw remedies into more reliable pharmaceutical preparation. These old pharmacists weren't just merchants like today. They were processors or local botanical knowledge, ensuring both safety and consistent dosage. Second, ethnomedicine is a blend of community, wisdom, and practical experience. pharmacy, as we know very well, is a scientific discipline, and the pharmacists, the old pharmacists from this book, were the vital link between these two worlds. As members of the local educated elite, they had deep knowledge of botany and chemistry, yet they were also trusted like important community figures. The old pharmacists acted as mediators, validating and integrating some of the most effective local remedies into their official practice. The book highlights figures of great pharmacists, families, because this was a profession from father to son, showing how their professional expertise and local respect created unique synthesis of traditional knowledge and modern pharmacies. Just as ethnomedicine is woven into the social fabric of a community, so too were the old pharmacies of Arad. They were far more than commercial spaces. The book details how these establishments were centers of knowledge and social trust passed down through generations. This creating a profound long-term relationship between the pharmacist and the community. Here, by combining documentary rigor with sensitivity of a human and local perspective, the book offers a detailed fresco of the evolution of pharmaceutical institutions in our region, starting from the middle of 18th century, exactly from 1750, and continuing through the interwar period. The author carefully reconstructs information regarding the foundation, authorization, development, etc. of these pharmacies. The first pharmaceutical nucleus in Arad, beginning with the pharmacy founded in 1750, documented by multiple sources, which become a model of continuity and tradition in the Transylvanian urban environment. The evolution of pharmacies in Old and New Arad, with emphasis of prominent names in local history, pharmacist families such as Ternaigo, Földes, Wojtek, Karpati, Hoyos, and especially Rozsnai, who was really a great scientist in the field of pharmacy, are presented in both family and professional context, supported by relevant biographical data. Here we see a painter of Rozsnai Mátyás, probably the most prominent representative of the pharmacists from Arad. And in this postcard, we see the building where was the pharmacy of and the laboratory of this important personality of pharmacist from Arad. Two images from the pharmacy Földes, where I had the possibility many years ago in 1975, when I was a young student, to prepare my first tincture, propolis tincture, and to utilize from my grandmother, which had some gastrointestinal problems. And I resolved this health problem, and after all my life, I believe that propolis is probably the most important natural product which we know. advertisement from the products realized in a pharmacy of which owner was Földes. Also, the book presented the expansion of pharmaceutical network in all Arad County, and the connection, the link between the pharmacies and major historical events such as the revolution of 1848, highlighted by the case of pharmacist Ternaigo Joseph. Here we see a nice collection of pharmaceutical vases donated by Ternaigo, the pharmacist Ternaigo, to the history, which are now in the History of Pharmacy collection of the Transylvania Museum in Cluj-Napoca. Cultural and philatelic heritage is very important in this book. The volume includes a remarkable collection of illustration and artifacts such as period, postcards, pharmaceutical envelopes, seals and stamps, family photographs, and images of the buildings that once housed pharmacies, all drawn from the author's personal collection, the Alex Cherny personal collection. A particularly remarkable aspect of the book is its focus on the human and local dimension, which transforms each pharmacy into a miniature case study of initiative, social responsibility, and adaptation to context. This book is really a testament to the journey of natural therapies from community practice to establish science. It reminds us that these old pharmacies, at their core, were really hubs of knowledge, trust, and social support. By preserving this heritage, like we preserving the heritage which exists, for example, in the Museum of Pharmacy in Sibiu, this book underscores the timeless value of the link between people, nature, and healing, a link that is central to both the history of pharmacy and the practice of ethnomedicine. Some conclusion: the old pharmacist of Arad is a valuable work, valuable book from historiographical, pharmaceutical, and cultural perspective. It recovers a professional heritage often overlooked and restores it to the collective memory. Through meticulous documentation and the visual richness of its illustrative material, the book becomes an essential reference for historians, pharmacists, collectors, and heritage enthusiasts. Thank you for your kind attention, which this beautiful image with this beautiful photo from Arad. And thank you. This was the last presentation in our conference. And I proposed you to have a roundtable discussion with all the participants about the education, how to educate the specialists in natural therapies. What are our possibilities? Yesterday we had another wonderful roundtable discussion about the future of natural therapies in our time in 21st century. Today, I propose you to discuss about the education. I remember that we had a very good meeting in 19 September in International Federation of Epitherapy group about education in epitherapy. Now, if it is possible, please to enlarge the perspective, to enlarge the possibilities in this field.
Andrea Petrus, would you like to say something, please?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. As a former student, because I just graduated from a natural nutrition program, one way that I loved to expand my knowledge really into the holistic view, which is what we were trained in, was to have practicums. So like we had what is called like case practicals or compulsory practicals, where we had a homeopath one time, another time a yoga teacher, or another nutritionist or a naturopathic doctor. So just finding those institutions, private institutions and colleges and any educational institution that is open to receive presentations, webinars, extra courses, additional courses, something that adds value and is complementary to what they have, or even goes deeper into what they already support. That would be one way in which you can, anybody who can train and teach can make known the traditional or natural medicine. Like we didn't have apitherapy courses, and I said that I'm going to propose that me and my husband teach to my school sometime later when we're ready. I think these are great opportunities, and there are institutions and schools like that in Canada, in the US. I'm sure there are other countries too. I think that is one of the ways we could do that.
Thank you. Does anybody else have suggestions regarding the role of education in the field of natural therapies in the training of specialists?
We know the situation, the model which exists in our country, in Romania. The specialists in the field, for example, in the field of epitherapy, phytotherapy, and aromatherapy. Here in Romania, these activities, these natural therapies are really legal. And for the education exists the possibility for the medical doctors after 6 years, and for the pharmacists exists the possibility of specialization and to obtain diploma in these natural therapies. Also, in homeopathy exists a very good activity and possibility of specialization in homeopathy, but only for medical doctors and for pharmacists to obtain a competence. If you have any ideas, please.
Okay, so just to activate them a bit. So it's a very, very good idea of Andrea Petruz. Yes, it's indeed better to start with already functioning institutions, schools, colleges, and so on, who are teaching this kind of things. Like we said in Romania, we have with this pharmacognosy department in the faculties of pharmacies. So this is good because the teachers, the professor, they are used to teach. So, but we need to teach the teachers. So we need to give them our experience. And this is a good practical idea. Yes, okay. So other opinions? Maybe from Heinrich in Mozambique. In Mozambique, Heinrich, how would you like to do the teachings of ethnomedicine or natural therapies? So what do you have in mind? What strategy will you use?
Thank you for the opportunity. I think our biggest problem here is to overcome the idea that the only real medicine that exists is traditional Western medicine. And there are a lot of traditional medical people who practice traditional healing, but they're not really accepted or recognized on an official level. And one of the sad things is that in many ways that knowledge is getting lost. So there needs to be some kind of, the starting point for me would be, number one, to preserve that knowledge and to kind of document it, because very, very few things in Mozambique have been documented. I mean, I'm doing a big study now just to try and identify the plants which bees, the different plants which bees visit just in the province where I am, because there's no pollen study, there's no idea. So you can't even characterize the honey that we produce. So that kind of baseline information needs to exist. And if we don't have that, which you guys are so lucky, you have all this history that's preserved for 200-300 years. We don't have that. Nothing is there. So for me, the starting point would be this. It has to start from A, recognizing that there is a place for holistic medicine alongside traditional Western medicine. And B is to start documenting all this information and putting it together and getting scientific studies done of the medicinal values of the different plants which these people use, because a lot of people know that they work, but they probably have not the first idea of what the chemical compounds in them are, why they work, how they work. It's just something that's been passed down from one generation to another. So that would, for me, would be the starting point. Without that, you're kind of lost in the water.
Yes, and you are right with the finding the origin of the bee products, like the botanical origin, and it's a big topic for honey, but also for pollen. By the way, with special technology, special devices, you can separate the pollen according to the color. So also you'll have different botanical source, and different pollens have different compositions, so also different effects. So you can launch this because we discussed in South Africa to the last apitherapy tour we made there about this idea to get monopollens too. Yes. Okay, yes. So it's now just a short comment about this idea. Of course, Western medicine, it's already for maybe 100 years, and they took maybe the power and decisions in health departments. And there are, let's say, a few options to fight with this situation. So one is to fight very aggressively, but this may be not so good. And I remember one of my teachers saying that if you want to eliminate the darkness, it's better to put light on a candle. And in the presentation before, I believe of Professor Rosenberg or Paola Felicia, they mentioned about the elite people, so educated elite people. So first of all, we need ourselves to be very powerful, very healthy, to be a model. And then we just promote, we are healing the people, we are helping the people, and step by step, the Western medicine will recognize us. And modesty, it's a good thing. And I remember when acupuncture came to Europe, like maybe 70 years ago, 60, 70 years ago, when the Chinese acupuncturists came to Europe, the local doctors, they jumped on them. They said, oh, you are not scientific, you cannot treat diseases, you are not good, and so on. And the Chinese used a very, very clever strategy. They said, Oh no, we are not treating difficult diseases. We are treating only functional disorders, just small functional disorders. And then step by step, they prove that acupuncture is good against pain, against functional disorders, of course. And then step by step, they got more trust and more respect. But it's a long battle with the pharma industry. And one we discussed with Professor Rosenberg in our federation. One of the idea is to go and to press on these things where ethnomedicine, apiphytoaromatherapy is really very powerful, much better than Western medicine. And this is this nosocomial infections. These bacteria, which are very powerful, are killing millions of people. So here we are very good. So maybe to press more on this idea to convince the other doctors about this. And then, of course, professional educational courses. Okay.
Dr. Amin Abdab had his hand raised before.
Thank you so much and greetings from Bujumbura, Burundi. I was about to react to Prof. Rosenberg idea of looking ways to educate new generations to natural therapies. And for example, as someone working in academia, I'm teaching at a university, and I know in the department, in my faculty, the Department of African Studies, they have a course at the bachelor level, a course on traditional pharmacopoeias, where they teach traditional medicine, medicinal plants, and so on. And it is even a course that maybe once, I'm not yet a doctor. When I graduate, I think I will also take that very course. And as I said yesterday, we have a national strategic plan for the promotion of traditional medicine. This is a strategic plan that was elaborated with the support of the World Health Organization in collaboration with the Ministry of Public Health in Burundi. And throughout this document, there is an educational aspect where we have to educate or sensitize not only medical doctors, especially because they are the ones who often challenges the moves of traditional medicine, but also to educate the general population to the benefits of natural therapies with some proofs of the cases where natural therapies will work very well, because we've got plenty of studies, even on the local basis. There are some ethnopharmacological studies that have been conducted at the Faculty of Science in the Department of Chemistry that prove that some local medicinal plants really can cure several diseases, and in some cases, much better than modern medicine. So I think we're going to go through this process of raising awareness of the population in general, but also more specifically on these modern medicine practitioners who are in a way reluctant due to ignorance, or who may be, I don't know if there are some who might be corrupt, who could be always opposing, even with some proofs provided, but I think some do it because of ignorance. For example, there is a very serious problem here, health problem here, of empoisoning people, poison. there is a locally made poison that people give to those whom they don't like to kill them. But this has been proven that only traditional medicine can heal this completely, because modern medicine is, in some cases, instead of alleviating the situation, it even complicates it. I think there is an interaction with this synthetical products of modern medicine when it combines with this locally made poison. It complicates the situation, and even the situation worsens, and patients end up dying, when in fact traditional medicine has proven that it heals completely this disease. Even myself, who I'm talking to you, I've been once poisoned and have been cured by the natural product, which is even especially locally made. And I think even one of the reason why the rationale of the choice of the topic of my research was also somehow motivated by this experience, personal experience that I've lived myself. So here, I think this strategic plan will help us to reach out and do a kind of sensitization, which will transform into an educational system of raising the awareness of the benefits of traditional medicine in Burundi, if I can say so. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I saw that another hand was raised by Wanla Kinutia. I think I said it right, from Kenya.
Yes, thank you. Allow me not to use my video, and thank you all for this interesting presentation. I just wanted to remind Enrich that I do remember that in my earlier participation in the museum, the institution of ICRA, that is it is here in Kenya. It deals with forestry and agriculture and other things. And I remember they used to produce books on indigenous foods and medicinal plants. And those ones were for almost all the African countries. So the only question I would like to ask, who are the first, I don't use the word, can I say settlers from outside in Mozambique? I believe they were not English speakers. And so it would be interesting, and I can give you the contact of the people at ICRA to see whether the booklets were also produced for Mozambique. And one of the other things that I do know is that the early settlers had some documentation, at least in Kenya, of the books and the cultural foods and medicinal plants of the community. And what they found interesting, then they will ensure that it is lost to the communities. They'll tell us it is not useful. And an example is like the arrowroot. The arrowroot and the yam was known to have very, very beneficial health benefits to the communities. And they ensured that even the studies done in Makerere did not get to the community. So the plants are almost have been lost. They are trying to bring them back, but now the soil is no longer the same. So just check for either your museums and your cultural institutions to see whether there is any, or at least basic information on some of these things. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to.
Thank you very much for intervention. It's a very good point that sometimes published books are in another language that is not accessible to the general public. And thus many species are lost, those who are in traditional use. There are other interventions.
Yes,
No.
yeah.
Please.
Yes, it's just the idea. We have many teachers here, many professors here in our group. For example, I see here Professor Banu Yücel from Turkey. So Banu, if you can hear us, maybe you can give us some of your insights on how to use, how to teach ethnomedicine and happy phytoaromatherapy. Can you hear us, Banu? Okay. Ask to start video, ask to unmute. Okay. If not, okay. So until maybe Banu will come with some idea, or maybe Nina Ilic from Slovenia, because you are also teaching API pedagogic, or Dr. Amjad from Pakistan, you are also professor. So what do you think? Yes, Nina. You are very nice, very nice.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm at home currently and doing the family stuff, so I did not get ready and beautiful for the event. Yes. Oh, sorry. I would like to add that this event, this education, these lectures are really inspiring. I'm really happy to participate. Thank you very much for organizing it, for bringing together this really, I don't know the English word, treasure of, of experts. I especially felt a lot during the lecture of, I think she was Paula, about epigenetics. I think it's important aspect to consider in education for children also, because in my practice, I usually approach from both sides. You see, we are developing still, because education programs are usually the ending growth and development, because when you stop, you're not in the present anymore, actually, because the knowledge is always adding up, and we know what it means. We have to stay in touch with the field and with the upgrading of knowledge and information. But what I wanted to say is I usually approach from both sides. Like, if I give an example, in pedagogical apitherapeutic approach, when I provide the honey massage, I do not only approach from the fact that I'm working on something, I'm also discovering something. Like when I offer you honey, and the thing that your organism chooses as its choice, like I would prefer this sort of honey. I believe it shows the inner state of the organism also, because your body would by instinct choose the things they need when you forget only about your taste, if you follow my thoughts. So I think this epigenetics is one of the points here, and I believe, like recommended in the when we in the IFA, International Federation of Apatherapy, where these commissions are working, when I recommended this approach of different experts, this is exactly what I had in mind, because sometimes the expert approach is not like copy paste to another expert, another apitherapist, but does not mean that it's wrong. It's surprisingly how often several similar but not the identical truths can exist and prove to be right. And this is what I had in mind: different approaches, different point of views, and joining the knowledge of different therapies. This is the beneficial, I believe, for for us who wish to provide it and for those who receive it.
Yes, yes, very good, Nina. Thank you very much. You are always optimistic. And Nina has a huge experience on teaching apitherapy B products to children. This is also, it can ensure our future. Dr. Amjad Bashir from Pakistan, you wrote in the chat about the connections with Kenya also. No, you said something you wrote there. If you can explain. Activate your microphone. Okay.
You're talking to me?
No, no, it was Dr. Amjad Bashir.
Okay,
He
sorry.
wrote on the chat that, okay, I may, until he's going there, he's opening the microphone. It's complicated a bit sometime. Okay. So, oh yeah. Oh no, you wrote one, yeah, Kinutia, about ICRAF, which used to be World Agroforestry based in Nairobi, that there are many books on the indigenous foods and medicinal plants. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, they are there. The only thing is that they were I don't think they have been made electronic. So Mozambique will have to find out whether there were any from them. But since they were in English, I'm not so sure that there was any from
Yes,
Mozambique.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yeah, it's a good idea. Another idea, each of you in your own countries, one important step is, first of all, to go to the libraries, to the museums, the libraries, and look for books which are already published on our field, like ethnomedicine. I remember when I started apitherapy, I went to 2 big libraries in Bucharest, and I copied everything I found. I bought books on bee products on apitherapy in order not to reinvent the wheel. Now, like there are books which already explain very well the thing, so you do not need to lose time because it's already there, the knowledge. So it's a good idea to go for the books too. Okay. Yes. What do you think, Dr. Rosenberg?
Yes, I think that education is really very important, and we are in the digital era, and we have the possibility to utilize this fantastic chance of communication and to create courses, educational courses in different fields of natural therapies. We develop together the Society for Romanian Society for Epitherapy, Phytotherapy, and Aromatherapy, the educational platform where we have the first courses in epitherapy, phytotherapy, diet therapy, etc., aromatherapy, and also exists a lot of chances, a lot of possibilities to send, to transmit these courses, to disseminate the informations to the persons interested in natural therapies, in ethnomedicine, etc. And this is our best way, because education in this field is obligatory, not only for the higher specialists like medical doctors, for pharmacists, biologists, but also for the epi-therapists. And you, Mr. President, you have a fantastic activity because you educated from many years epitherapies all around the world. Yes, it's very simple. I think it's more simple to educate medical doctors, pharmacists, biologists, etc., and more difficult to educate for example, the persons interested, for example, in Burundi, in epitherapy, phytotherapy, or aromatherapy, and we must to create these possibilities, and we have these possibilities. Without education in this field, and another, if you give me misinformation, or a lot of misinformation in the field of natural therapies, is our role to offer good information, correct information, scientifically based information in how to utilize epitherapy, how to utilize essential oils or different medicinal plants. This is our role, and I think all the participants, not only the speaker, all the participants of our conference will have an important contribution for the dissemination of correct, scientifically based information in this field. This is my opinion.
Yes. Yes, yes, very good. We saw Ramona. Ramona, you wanted to say something before we go to Nina?
No, please, I let my colleague.
Yes, okay, okay. Nina, what else you wanted to add? Yes, we hear you.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it's going.
Yes, yes. Okay,
We can hear you.
I don't know why the sound went off and I can't hear you. Just a second. Oh, found it.
1, 2, 3.
Can you hear
1,
me?
2, 3. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I wanted to point out that we have established cooperation with the Medical Chamber for Doctors Education in Slovenia, our institute, and I would like to propose and ask for assistance in organizing, because while it's fresh, while it's here, because before they lose interest, it would be perfect to organize, maybe with support of IFA, some educational event for doctors in Slovenia. It can be online, but I think it would be very vital for the development of apitherapy, because with each country that contains that, apitherapy and natural sciences grow stronger. So I think we should consider the idea of organizing online educational event for medical doctors in Slovenia online, and NAI Institute will collaborate with great pleasure.
Yes, yes, yes. A very, very good idea, Nina. So one suggestion would be to make first an introductory conference or introductory lecture for the doctors, because, you know, apitherapy is huge. And then if they are really interested, then we can go on deeper. Like with Dr. Rosenberg, we have this already made courses. You have also your courses. But the idea would be to make like maybe 2 hours lecture. What do you think? Like, what is apitherapy? What is apiphytotherapy? And then we go on specialties, on diseases, and so on.
Maybe I should contact the correspondence person in the chamber, medical chamber, first to see about the points, the credit points they get. And we would adjust the amount of hours, because if there is a possibility for them to get points, there is more option to engage them into participating.
Yes, yes, more attraction. Yes, yes, you are right.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So we are happy with your idea. So you have 100% our support, and we can do it not only me, Professor Rosenberg, but all the other professors from our federation. We have many academicians, and so we can do such a course. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Ramona, you wanted to say something because you are also a teacher at the University of Cluj-Napoca. So how do you see this teaching on ethnomedicine to be accepted by the medical field?
Well, there are many years already back. I would like to share with you some ideas that I go through. Well, experiences. First of all, it's good to have friends. Friends mean not only human beings and also, of course, nature. I'm talking here about everything is publication, because when something is published, universities loves this support. It's not possible to say it's not like that. So publish articles, journals, good journals there are a lot of publications already. This is a very strong argument. Second, to publish, not only to show other publication, but also to publish. And here I come again with the invitation to send material good. Is not need to be like for ICI, well, strong, can be a little light, but correctly done. And to be a chapter in a book, because book after book, it will fortify the arguments. If we don't have arguments in fact, a part of our practice, I think that it would be difficult, because I go through this. And the question was, how can you support this? And supporting is participating, realizing meeting after meeting. There is like a palmarès for a sport, an athlete, and having publications, writing good things, because all the paper, all the presentation were very good, just to put them, to write them. And I think this is a very strong idea. For this reason, we insisted inside our society to have the book of abstracts in a printing of very good printing house, and also this book that it will be in fact it will be a kind of journal. But in this moment, if we will call that book journal, the level will be not the one necessary. So I think that initially it's good to have some exercises, instead of having a journal, to have some books. And at one moment person will be trained to write and to go to the next step and to have a journal. It will be very nice to have international journal on apitherapy. There are journals very good in acupuncture, like is international and with ICI journal in homeopathy. So I think that in to realize education in universities all the time, the idea is, okay, there is a practice, but how do you support it? Because to support something, you need a curricula, and the curricula need to be supported by some experience. Another idea, a third idea, is, as our colleague said, education. When you are in a university, I think that all persons that are teaching, doesn't matter the level, can be also high school. You have to have pedagogical training. You have to know how to teach the other persons. So this is another idea. Starting with small meetings, with small courses, it's another way of training. So especially for our friend Aminadab, which is also teacher and also trying to find out a way. I think having these supports, like I said before, journal articles in good journals, books, serious books, serious authors, not to be in the situation to be contest. And together with the practice and showing that in these meetings are present and presentation are done also for persons that are already known in their fields. And I will give you an example. We had, for instance, our symposium in Cluj-Napoca, my hometown, and we had people from universities that came with their small or big experience related to our field. It was the dean in sport faculty. It was the dean of one of the faculties in University of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine in Cluj-Napoca. We had some university professors, doctors, psychologists that had something related to the field. So in this way, the other colleagues they can trust more, seeing that a person that is already known by its experience, it's attending such event. I hope this will help you. And I wait for your papers. I already finished the template, just to have some correction, and I will send them. Thank you so much, Stefan. Dr. Rosenberg.
Yes, I want to add an idea in correlation which you said before. Exists a possibility. You mentioned the importance of publication in when we have different conferences, symposiums, etc. Yes, for this conference, for our conference, exists a possibility to publicate all the speakers' presentation in Bruckentalia Acta Musei, an important review, an important journal, scientific journal, Bruckenthal Museum. This is not an ICI Thomson journal, but is a B+ journal, which is very good, internationally recognized. And I proposed for all the group, for all our group, all the speakers to publish, because we have this possibility. We discussed before some days ago with Anna Maria Papureanu about this possibility. And we offer for the speakers, not only for this conference, but also in the future, to have a possibility of publication their work. To create, for example, a fascicola of ethnomedicine, of natural therapies in Bruckentalia Acta Musei. Okay.
Wonderful idea. Thank you. This is a very great surprise.
No,
and very prestigious. BDI, it's very good for a conference. Sorry, I unmute myself. So thank you very much. I personally appreciate it a lot. It's very well.
It's not only an idea, it's a possibility.
It's a fact. And we have a deadline for our colleagues to know eventually, or you will announce, Professor Rosenberg?
No, we are discussed now only this possibility, this idea. I will send you, for all the participants, I will send you the documents of this conference and some proposal to continue. Not today, because we are after 2 very long, very difficult days, but to continue our collaboration, to create a group of ethnomedicine working group, and to have sometime to have 2, 3, 4 webinars during an year, and to continue our collaboration. I think the conference, this conference was really very successful, very interesting, but my proposal is to continue our collaboration in this field. What is your opinion? If someone...
Yes, it's a very good idea, Professor Rosenberg. Like the group we can create it in WhatsApp. Yes, Ethnomedicine group. It's very good, and we need to continue, of course. And just one idea. When I'm giving lectures and my student says, "Oh, it's complicated, doctor, to convince the authorities to make some changes," and I'm telling them that there are 5 phases of getting the acceptance. So when you propose them, let's study ethnomedicine. They tell this to a doctor. First answer will be no. I have no time. It's not interesting. It's not science-based. But if you stay at this phase, you lose the battle. So you must persevere, like Nelson Mandela or like Mahatma Gandhi, very softly. So you come with new arguments, new motivations. And second answer will be no. So not so strong like before, but still a no. You come with more motivation. You come with more science-based. You come with more arguments. They will say, "Oh, interesting." So it's something like in the middle, like yes and no. Then you come with more arguments, more information. You tell them, if you come in our group, in our family, you'll get benefits, knowledge, and so on. They will say yes. Yes, it's very interesting. Okay. But still they are doing nothing. So they say, yes, it's good, but they are not doing anything. So you need to continue to persevere, to influence them. And finally you get the 5th stage when they will say yes, and they will do it. So the point here is that we need to persevere, to have ambition, and not to cede to immediately at the first contact. They say, no, 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 no. We must be humble, modest, but to continue, not like the Chinese when they came in Europe. So, yeah. Okay. And another technical thing, Professor Rosenberg, because some people, they asked about the video recordings of our conference. So I can confirm we registered all the video from yesterday, and we have now the registration going on. So after the book of abstracts, when we have the video already saved, then of course we'll be happy to share with all of you. Yes?
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Stefan Stengaciu. And I think it's the moment for conclusion now, and for to end this conference. Thank you very much for all the speakers, for all the participants from different countries of the world. It were 2 days very intensive, very nice days in the field of ethnomedicine. And my proposal is to continue, not this conference, but to continue our collaboration to create this working group in ethnomedicine, in natural therapies, and to organize to time 2, 3, 4 times per year to organize a webinar in this field. Thank you very much for your kind attention and for your participation.
Yes, and maybe like the group photo.
Yes.
So please open, all of you, open your cameras to make the group photo. Yes, very good. Thank you, Gordana. Okay, all of you, open
I'm
the
sorry,
camera.
my
Please,
camera
everybody.
is turned off. I can't activate my camera.
Oh, okay. But we may take your photo, or you can send it to us separately, and then we can include it. Anyway, when you send your abstracts, maybe it will be a good idea. You send also a curriculum vitae with your photo on top of the CV, on the curriculum vitae, so you can put also your photo. Then we have you too. Okay, so, okay, Beata from Rwanda. Thank you, Beata. Okay, more cameras. Gilbert, Rwanda. Okay, can't open cameras. Rinka. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now prepare your best smile. Prepare your best smile. Okay.
My camera is still mute. Not active.
Okay. Okay, so okay. So we copy this. Yeah. Okay. Good. So I think maybe maybe Andrea, you are better on this. Can you make also like a print screen with the photos of the people? I tried, and I'm not sure I succeed. Let me go here to okay, one Word document. Let's see if I got a photo, group photo. Oh no. No. Okay, let's try again.
I make, but Dr. Stefan, please smile. Ow.
All of us. Okay, let's smile again. You say, Monica, 1, 2, 3, and then we push the smile. Okay. I've got also one print screen. Okay, good. Okay, and another technical thing, maybe Maria Papurano, you'll
She
make
is not present now.
like to do the WhatsApp group. So we need a bit of secretarial work to get the phone numbers of all our friends to make the WhatsApp group. So they should contact you. Professor Rosenberg, can you put in chat your contact data?
Sure, but I have all the contacts of the speakers. I collected before this conference.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so Dr. Rosenberg, you can close the conference with the last remark.
The last remark is thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I want to say thank you for your participation at our conference dedicated to ethnomedicine, to the values of natural therapies and the possibility to highlight these values, to utilize these values in the modern medicine. I want to say, from the part of the organizers, I want to say you thank you, and we will continue our collaboration. All the best for you, and have a nice Sunday.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.